How are we doing, everybody? Welcome
Hello.
to Outlaws of the Seven.
Oh, you did a whole new interface thing. I was
I haven't seen this.
I was
Hold
wondering if you were
on.
just gonna like put the Outlaws logo where Nathan's camera. Well, you did a whole new one. God, raising the bar for me again.
I'm real fucking worried about those wings, man.
Because he doesn't have an eye anymore.
Raising the bar again. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. I talked to Penna. I do have a lower perception score than I did at the end of episode 4.
I did indeed give.
I actually need to change that on my sheet. Hold on, I didn't change that yet.
I was like, it would be. It's not much. It's almost in.
No, it's like a
imperceptible,
-1. I think, but it's there. It's on the page.
It's there.
This is a very, very, very good layout, though. I love this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Nathan, it's weird for me because and I'll use this as a segue to plug Nathan stuff. I saw Nathan yesterday because I was at his concert because Nathan's on tour now. I say I'm going to plug his stuff. I don't actually know if there's still tickets to some of his later shows. I would assume that there are. And you should go and see Nathan if he's coming anywhere near you. And Boy With Uke, because it's Boy With Uke's thing and Nathan's opening. But I saw it. It was a very good show, so I got to hang out with Nathan. Someone from this show was wearing our merch and recognized me and Nathan there, which was great. So I don't know if you're here right now because you said you watched on the Patreon, but like they gave me dice. I'm using those dice this episode, so if I roll horribly, it's your fault.
He cursed you.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
No, like it's got a dice bag with a little like lion and a crown on it, and then they're like very I love them. They're actually genuinely some of my favorite dice color scheme wise. So, thank you to that guy.
Do we have anything else to pick?
Oh wait, someone in the chat says, "May my dice bring it." Was that you? Is that the person? Frost Degado 1, was that you? Nice. Cool. Woo. Yes, I made it today. Hell yeah. Thank you for the dice. As I said, if I do bad, your fault.
Honestly, if you're not meeting up with a cast member in real life to fuck their game luck, are you a true fan? Are you really in it for the love of the game? I think not.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I ever see one of you in public, don't give me cursed dice. I don't need it. I don't need it. I really roll like dog shit most of the time.
If you hand me cursed dice, I'm throwing them at you. I'm saying that. My luck's bad enough already. You better be giving me blessed dice.
No. You're the DM.
Shit.
We want you to have bad luck right now.
Yeah.
That's how this goes right now. You're supposed to have bad luck. But only for 4 more weeks, because we're halfway through Outlaws now.
Yeah.
Matt, why don't you give them a test roll? See how your roll is.
I actually haven't rolled them yet, so let's I'll roll them like in.
All right, test roll.
Okay, let's see. I'm just rolling the d20. 9, slightly below average, but it could be worse.
All right, could have been worse. There we go.
We'll take
That's
it.
your first luck check of the day, by the way. I'm keeping that in mind.
No.
And the last thing that happened was I got stabbed in the eye. You can't do this to me now.
Absolutely, I can.
I
That's
give you
my
guidance?
Do we have anything that we need to pitch outside of Matt's cursed dice?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think we're all good. All right. In that case, does anyone want to take the recap for last episode?
I think Nathan should do it.
Yeah, that's a
I
great
agree.
idea.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I'll call him.
We'll
right
just
now.
sit in silence for 5 solid minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I feel like given the end, it's only fair that I do it.
I did get stabbed.
Yeah.
I did get stabbed. So man, I'm so bad at keeping track of like not of what happened, but what happened in each episode. You know.
Mm-hmm.
We start at the cabin.
Yeah, because we picked up leaving the riot.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, we picked up leaving the riot that we didn't really cause. If you really look down at the nitty gritty of it, it wasn't entirely our fault. It was going to happen regardless of whether we were there or not. But we left that scene and everyone was fine and nothing's on fire except for a couple things. So we skedaddled out of there. With the box, we did get the box that we were trying to acquire, and it was literally just like a cube. There was no way to open it. but this is a D&D party, so there's no way in hell we're delivering the mysterious box to our quest giver without trying to get inside of that thing. So we went to, I was going to say Bo's wizard friend, but a wizard that Bo had heard rumors of, and he was a creepy little man made of hair and wiggly arms. And we went into
Perfect descriptor.
his magic castle, which was actually a shed. And it was like a little, we don't really know what the nature of it was, but it was somehow showing like visions of the world before the dune, outside the windows. He never spoke at all. He never gave us any clarification, but he did open the box for us. He opened the box using the little magical code that none of us bothered to read. And there was a scroll inside. So we got our second scroll, and then, because we're stupid, we did decide to go back to the guy anyway, the guy who gave us the mission, with a fake box. That didn't work. We tried our best. It did not work. The guy who was the head of the East Asalis Trading Company, yes, is that the name?
Good job, yes.
Saw through our ruse immediately, and then he turned out to be a bunch of rats. He was the Horseman Famine. We fought him. It was gross. It was dark. There were just so many rats, but we did eventually defeat him. And then everything was good and fine for about 30 seconds. And then Hephaestus betrayed all of us. Because it turns out that Hephaestus... Well, okay, how do I want to explain this? Technically, Hephaestus has been dead for a long time. And Hephaestus that we've been traveling around with is actually Apollyon, the Horseman of Conquest. Is that war? Or not war, but we're going to call him Horseman of Conquest. Okay. Horseman of Conquest, who had basically been puppeting around Hephaestus' corpse in his quest for the scrolls. Turns out that Apollyon was also the Falcon King from a very long time ago, that's kind of weird because that's what I am. That's what Ataria is. It's weird that this other guy is claiming to be what Ataria is. And Hephaestus, Apollyon, I guess I'll call him Apollyon now, also wasn't very happy with Ataria saying that he was the Falcon King. Stabbed him in the eye with an arrow, took the scrolls, and dipped. And that is exactly where we left off. And I believe I covered everything major there. How'd I do, Panda?
That's pretty much on point, yeah. You did miss out the body horror of Apollyon showing up.
I didn't describe specifically.
Right.
Yes, I mean I missed the body horror of the hair and arms wizard too, but
that's fair. That's fair. There was a significant amount of body horror last episode,
and I feel just gonna get worse for the next few months.
I don't think so. I think we're gonna be fine.
I think
it's gonna
everything's
be all
right.
cotton candies and rainbows. Happy, happy fun times.
Yeah.
Okay. So the last thing that you all saw and experienced was a being of pure light with wings the size of the room rip himself out of your compatriot. While freezing all of you in place, and you could not do anything but listen. In the seconds preceding this, the body of what used to be Hephaestus flops to the floor. All of you are released, and you can breathe again. What are you doing?
I mean, I think literally the first thing that happens is Ataria just screams because he did get stabbed in the eye.
The arrow is also still in your eye.
Yeah, I'm not immediately going to pull that out because I feel like that would cause more. Also, definitely in shock. But yeah, first thing is just like half roar, half pain scream. Very bad noise from the man who got stabbed in the eye. Also, I do just want to note, when I saw Nathan yesterday, one of the first things I did say to him was, well, if it isn't the bastard that stabbed me in the eye, just so that everyone knows that I did raise that to him.
As you should. It's a big deal.
But yeah, that's the first thing you guys hear. Is this actually, wait, the room lit up again, right? I just want to be clear,
yes,
like, everyone can see what's going on. Okay.
You can all see again.
Yeah, that's the first thing you guys hear.
Gigi, how was your first aid?
Well, about first aid, I can do it. I just can't, I don't know what the word, heal.
Ataria, as this conversation is going on, is like picked up his sword and is like looking at the wound in the reflection of it. He has not spoken yet.
It could honestly be better. I mean, he could have.
You're goddamn right. It could be better. The hell are you talking about? I got a fucking arrow in my eye.
Your accent.
Man, fuck the accent. Fuck the whole thing. He takes the sword and just chunks it across the room.
I'm sorry. A lot of things have happened recently, and somehow this is the most surprising part.
Well, that means I did my job damn well, huh? God, does anyone have anything for this?
I have something, and Bo pulls out a pistol, a gun. We don't know. Are they? They're not called pistols. A repeater, let's say. Otaria, you better explain your whole deal right now, because are you a con man? Are you as oblivious as you are to lead me on 10,000 wild goose chases and lead that old faker into our midst, and you've been faking this whole time? You played this game?
First of all, not a wild goose chase. We did get 2 of those damn scrolls. Those are as real as you or me. Legitimate quest. I just look. I am oh god. I'm what the generous might call an actor, and what the less generous might call a con man. Yeah.
The less generous called you a damn fool.
Bo, I understand. I understand this is not a great situation for you. Can we maybe deal with the priorities of me not having an eye anymore? I think that's something we should deal with first.
You know, actually, I think we should probably bury our good friend besties first, and then we'll circle back to your whole eye thing.
Oh, good friend. Good. You mean the skin sack that's laying on the ground over there? Because I see a skin sack.
That's actually a great point. Are you guys looking at him right now?
Yeah.
50%.
Okay. Fuck you, man. Okay. Yeah, the bounty hunter in black is currently standing over his body.
Hello?
Is that real, or am I getting some... I don't know how good...
It's real, whatever your name is. God, this day will not fucking end.
You see her just close what used to be Hephaestus' eyes from the sack of skin over there. Just says, "Good night, old timer." And she looks up at all of you and just goes, "You couldn't keep your damn hands out of the cookie jar, could you?" And in a flash, before you all pass out, you see the entire room filled with black wings and a single white star flash in your guys' faces. And all of you pass out instantly. When you wake up, you are in the middle of the desert. You cannot see anything for miles around, and it's the middle of the night. There is a fire in front of you, and you are all sitting upright on a log in front of the fire. And on the other side, you see the woman in black going through a stack of papers, flipping through things as she's setting them to the side. You can see that she has some of Hephaestus' belongings beside her. And Otaria, you have a bandage over your eye, and there is no arrow left in it.
That's good. That's preferable.
I have questions. I have a lot of questions, actually.
I am sure you do. She puts the papers to the side and looks up at all of you and goes, "Do you want me to tell you a little story first? You got your questions you want answered."
I guess my questions could wait, just in case your story answers some of them ahead of time, so proceed.
All right. You see her get up, and she pets her horse, which is a unearthly shade of white, very ethereal. While the face is somewhat skeletal in nature, the rest of the horse is a racehorse in the best naming of it. Patting the nose of the horse, she goes, "My brother is 700 years old. 700 years ago, there was a prince whose fledgling nation was nearly taken over. And in a last-ditch attempt to save it, he tapped into a magic he did not understand and broke open one of those scrolls y'all been looking for. That's when my brother came out. And my brother offered him the safety of his nation in exchange for the rule of that nation. And upon accepting, my brother took the form of that fallen king, and for the next 700 years would rule over what you would now call Asales. His name is Apollyon. He is the first horseman. I take it you've met the rest of my brothers."
Killed one of them, I think. Killed two of them. I'm gonna shut up now.
"Darling, you can't kill us.
Where'd
You
they
might
go?
Back inside."
Inside of
You see she reaches behind her and she pulls out her own scroll. The seal on the front of it broken. Goes, "How many does he have?"
How many would be too many for him to have?
"My brother has a lot of names, miss.
Mm-hmm.
King, Conqueror, First Horseman. One of the ones that he quite liked was Antichrist.
Ah.
So, any apart from his own is too much to have. Now stop me if I'm wrong here,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm under the assumption that he has his own.
Mm-hmm.
He has wars,
Mm-hmm.
thanks to you.
Mm-hmm.
He has famines, also thanks to you. And he has my bosses, also thanks to you. So if I'm counting correctly, that's 4.
Actually, I maybe I'm just terrible at math. I think there's an extra one that we had that was not actually because of us. Was that because of you or other outside forces?
Wars
Mhm.
is
Yeah.
the one you stole in the
Right,
box.
right. Forgot about that one.
And famine,
Mm-hmm.
that's 4.
Yeah, that's 4.
If he gets 7, this goes away.
I do believe we skipped over a point. Your
Mm-hmm.
boss? I don't believe we are acquainted or familiar with who that may be.
She looks at you and goes, "After our initial job was canceled, thanks to the meddling of famine and who you now know as Hephaestus, we all scattered to the winds and found a purpose in this world that we're stuck in. Famine decided to take over trade, still technically did his job in restricting resources to people, taking away what would keep them alive, paying them pennies on the dollar and shipping things out for dollars on the penny. War took to the ocean. While there was no nations to conquer, he kind of took over what he could. I became a bounty hunter, because there's one thing I know how to do. And the last thing I remember y'all doing was coming into a town and burning it to the fucking ground to get something I was holding on to.
Technically, we did not burn anything down.
Nor
You know how to get back to Old Bones?
No.
Neither does anybody else now.
Again, not anything that we directly did.
You threw a man out a window, miss.
No, I did not actually. He jumped.
Gigi.
She stands up, readjusts her hat. He goes, listen. There is no real easy way to fix this situation. Because there is either beating my brother, which I can guarantee you is a lot harder than you might think, or there is accepting what is to come. I'm assuming none of you are the nihilistically suicidal types.
Well, at this point, I mean, can I go?
Is that what you want?
I mean, I don't really look, things have generally been going my way the last couple of years. They haven't in the past 24 hours or so. I don't really know how I can help y'all. And I'm sure these two, I point at Bo and Gigi, they're probably rightly pissed. So, I mean, do y'all need...
Do forgive my Lion Leonin acquaintance. But I will jump in and say that while he is correct that I am rightly pissed, I am not going to allow him to tell Death that he would like to exit any given scenario, as I think it would be quite fucking permanent.
No, I get what the situation... Bo, I'm not as dumb as I make myself out to believe when I'm in that sort of persona. It's
Mr.
just, I mean, I think
Leonin,
we're all
Mr.
kind of screwed
Leonin,
anyway.
Mr. Leonin, you spent wasted, well, including the time we were in prison, at least a month of my life. So the very least you can do is hang around for a few more days at most, act as a good piece of meat to help us accomplish whatever goal we get, because I assume whatever will await us if we allow this to happen is somehow worse than the world we currently live in. And quite frankly, I am not one for going down the hill Sisyphus is climbing, even if it's all for naught.
I'll at least stay around and listen to the rest of the story. Go on. Kind of just like leans back on a rock or chair or whatever.
Few things. One, I don't much like going by the title like the rest of my brothers and sisters do. My brother was the only one that ended up having a name. Well, brothers. I can hope. My first brother's the only one that had a name, really. We ended up kind of taking our own in time. My name's Dorney. It's nice to meet you. Second of all, it kind of depends on what your interpretation of worse is. I can tell you from experience that there is nothing after this, Smith. This will just turn off. There is this and then there is non-existence. So you can either accept that, or you can keep going forward.
Well, there is nowhere else to go, so the choice is quite clear to me. Though I am curious to hear from my compatriots. And Gigi, I do value your opinion, but I'm much more curious to hear from some than others in terms of answers.
Look, Bo, do you know what the lifespan is for a Leonin around these parts?
Well, depending on their moral character, it could be as low as young.
Bo, let me stop you right there. The lifespan for a Leonin is generally until someone shouts, "Oh my God, a lion!" and shoots us dead. We learned a while ago not to worry too much about long-term plans. So I just kind of go with the flow, and if this is the end of the river, well, it's the end. I had a good run, till, again, the last 24 hours. That was shit.
I thought the wizard's palace was quite nice.
Wizard's Palace. I am still concerned about how no one else is worried about that guy being just a bag of hair, but that feels tangential to this whole situation.
That
So,
feels like the pot calling the kettle black, but do go on.
okay, well, don't be rude. I mean, what do y'all want to know? I stumbled into a grift. I rode that grift out, and it turned out to be in a more apocalyptic place than I imagined.
I
Well,
would like... You
The
go
world
ahead.
is already quite the apocalyptic place, but the implication that there's no life after death from death herself is interesting, to say the least.
Well, let us act as acquaintances, Gigi. Dorney. Our new acquaintance, Dorney. Of course, that is quite disconcerting, and to your point, firstly, I'd like to know your real name, because I assume it is not Otaria.
Oh God, no, that I made that name up on the spot. Means sea lion, literally, an old dialect. My name's Rand, R-A-N-D. In case y'all didn't pick it up, I'm not from the water. I'm from this side of things.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Otaria, it means sea lion in Latin.
Fun. What? I swear I don't have the emotional energy to even be terribly mad at you.
Well, thank you for that. See, Bo, I like you for the record. You're the one who
I
saw
was
through
not
my
done
grift.
speaking,
Don't-
Randall.
Don't call
just
it's not
assumed you don't-
Randall.
I
Where'd
just
you get
assumed.
that?
I
Never
just
mind.
assumed, and I wanted to be stern. My apologies. Rand, I don't know if you realize, but there are many people in this world who did do quite a lot of forward fucking thinking and planning to get to a stable place on this hell on earth we call home. And your little grift is resulting in the end of all of it, with nobody's say, and that does not sit right with me. Now, I think it shouldn't sit right with you, but quite frankly, I don't care if it does. I am saying right now, you are obligated to at least ride out this grift for the next couple days and try to help us figure out how we can fix all this. That was precisely your doing.
Well, let me just bring up again that I don't know how I'm supposed to help y'all with this at all. Not really qualified for this level of.
Actually,
Oh,
Dorney stands up, holding one of the pieces of paper. She started rifling through while you guys were talking. The thing that you need to do is probably something you are very good at, and that is steal something that is not yours.
I am slightly better at that.
She walks in front of the fire in front of all of you, and goes, I'm assuming that before he left, my brother said that he had found the location of the next one, right?
I think you mentioned something about it.
Well, and she throws a paper on the ground in front of you, and it is a map with a location on it. Says, I think that Famine kept copies of whatever he was trying to find. So, we're going to be going off of his intel because, in all honesty, the only person who knew where they were is Hephaestus, and given the fact that my brother was traveling with y'all, I'm assuming he didn't tell my brother where the hell they were.
Well, I have read quite a few of Hephaestus's books. Didn't know they were his books, but they are, and perhaps it's hidden in his texts.
The last thing that Hephaestus did before being taken over by my brother was steal these scrolls. I can guarantee he didn't write it down, because if he did, as the court historian, King Apollyon probably would have chopped his goddamn head off. But we do have intel here. So if you guys are willing to assist, then I would say, here is your next location. And points to the map.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna pull up the map.
Oh, okay.
So you guys could see where she's going. Go ahead.
Ataria reaches out to grab the map and like paws at it. And like, God damn, I can't tell how far away shit is. And then the map just flies to his hand and he looks at it.
Gotcha. All right. On the map, the location that is marked is Gray Charter Mine.
Gray Charter Mine. There it is.
Mm-hmm. She goes, now, I don't know what's at the bottom of that mine, but apparently Hephaestus hid one of the scrolls there. There are only 3 left, and I have one of them. Meaning there are 2. Go and get this one, and bring it back before Apollyon can get there, because I'm assuming he probably has the same paper that we have. And, looking up at the night sky, a 1-day head start.
And out of curiosity, what's the sort of limit that we're going for here? Is this a thing where he's going to need all 7, or is like 5 or 6 good?
He needs to have and possess every single one of them before he can activate any of them.
Okay, that's not bad. That's a little bit of an advantage for us, because you already got one. You're like death, right? Like sorry to use the term, but is he like strong enough to just kick your ass whenever he wants? Not to be rude.
It's been 500 years since I seen my brother, and 500 years since he had to lay a hand on anybody. I'm not particularly sure how powerful he is. I have no idea if he's going to try and conversate with me or just kill me.
Well, to be fair, he can't be all that powerful. He was hiding in the body of a shrivelly old man.
Oh yeah, Gigi, we saw him do the whole thing where he crawled out of his mouth. That also, Hephaestus did some scary shit even when we were with him. I'm assuming that was because of the
He did, but
old thing.
all in all, he still needed us for some reason. He couldn't do it on his own, and if he was all that powerful, he could.
Well, I'm thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was probably because he didn't want to start walking around and doing things subtly when he looked like a giant sort of demon monster.
She takes her hat off and says, "Sweetie, Hephaestus was the person who betrayed him all those years ago. He's the one who stole all them scrolls. The only reason he did not evaporate you the second that you looked at him is because he was using every ounce of his power to torture that poor man in his soul every single day for the last 500 years.
Wow.
That ain't wonderful.
He is the first and the strongest of all of us. His job was to usher us forth."
Interesting.
Okay, I got another follow-up question about this whole operation. Say we do get into this mine, take the scroll, needs all 7, we got 1, that's wonderful. What are we going to do to keep him from it once we have it? Because if he can just roll up and kill all of us with a wave of his creepy little hand, I mean, what's to stop?
We can't technically die, but we can be sent back to the start. And she holds up her scroll with a broken seal on it again and goes, "When we get defeated in a way that would kill any other being, this seal seals back up and we get put back inside. All we have to do, seeing as he's the only one that can start this, is put him back in his."
I'm sure you meant that to be an encouraging goal to work towards. How the fuck?
That's for y'all to decide. And she puts hers away and snaps her fingers. You see the same shadow figure with wings as long as the horizon again. And you all wake up in Bo's house.
She couldn't
On the
have
floor.
dropped us at the mine. At the mine. Still have to
Nope.
now transport there.
I don't see
All
why
right.
she had to knock us out in the first place. I felt we built a little bit of a rapport. Got slightly familiar.
I want to respond. I want to cover this here. It doesn't feel like you got knocked out and just woke up again. It feels like she snapped her fingers and you woke up from a dream.
Okay.
And you woke up.
Oh
in
yeah,
her
because there
house.
was nothing around. That was probably
Yeah.
just a
Oh,
desert
yeah.
vision. I got it.
And again, not at the mine, but so far away from it. And we have a time limit.
Well, then
Alright.
we best get packing. And Bo like starts going around her apartment, shoving jerky into her infinite bag. Y'all want anything
Hey,
specific?
Bo, can you give me a perception check real quick?
Yeah, sure. That's a 9.
That's a 9.
Yeah.
You know this place pretty well. You realize on your rack of weapons, your longest and most powerful sniper rifle is gone.
Now wait a goddamn minute. What the hell happened here?
What's wrong?
Y'all didn't happen to take the most beautiful sniper rifle you have ever seen. Made of bronze, little gold accoutrements on the scope. No, nothing?
Is that the one on the weapons rack? I saw it last time we were here. I didn't touch it though.
Okay. Okay.
Bo, can you give me a second perception check?
Yes. That's better. That's a 19.
Okay, tucked behind the wooden rack that it was on, you see a small scrap of paper.
I pull it out and read it accordingly.
Gotcha. It is very short. It says, "I hope you don't mind. I preferred this to the bow. A."
Yeah.
It's simply unreasonable, and she continues packing. It's simply unreasonable, because I was already quite motivated to stop the end of the world a second time. I was quite fucking motivated already, but no, Mr. Hoity-toity, high and mighty God stuff decides that he actually quite cares for the things of mortals just because they look like they were crafted by gods. Well, by God, I am going to get it back. I am going to shove his ass into the scroll, and then I am going to shove the scroll up his ass in an Ouroboros of pain. So would y'all like anything particular for the trip?
An Ouroboros of pain.
Yeah,
I
that was a
love that.
Wild line.
That was
pulled out of nowhere.
great.
God damn.
God
like,
damn.
Ataria, I'm assuming all of that was said like out loud, just as noted. So Ataria just kind of stayed like, "Okay,
Right. You're upset, rightfully so.
the hell's an Ouroboros?"
We will find out in the process, just as I will deal with my emotions in the process, but in a very productive way, because as Gigi previously noted, we are on quite the fucking time limit. So any therapizing or talking we need to do can surely be done on the road. Do y'all want anything for the road? I keep asking and nobody's answering.
If we can maybe get me a oh wait, actually, question. Do I tossed my sword before we got to I'm assuming she took our stuff if I have like a bandage on my eye.
Yes, your all of your stuff that was just like about in the room is leaned up against one wall inside Bo's house.
Okay. Yeah. If I could maybe get some sort of weaponry or something, I'm not, like I said when we were around the possibly imaginary fire, I'm not incredibly qualified for this sort of thing.
Bo tosses you a sniper rifle. Here, it's my 7th theft. I would have given you my 6th, but my slots have been taken up.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, take this as well. And she also throws you a... You're a big guy. She throws you a musket. It is quite heavy and powerful and not terribly complicated to use. Low barrier to entry, but quite inconvenient.
You just
If worse comes to worse, a guy your size can hold it over your head and bash someone over the head.
You did a possibly unintentional great segue there. You chunk Ataria, this heavy musket, and he drops it immediately.
Okay, Bo's in the middle of saying, and if not, a big guy like you can lift it over it.
Yeah, I've when I was kind of hinting that I wasn't qualified, this is a bit of an act.
Yes.
Is this a glamour you're wearing?
No, armor's real. Well, real. Look, go pick up the sword over there. If you go pick up the sword, it is notably lighter than it should be. It is clearly not as impressive as it seems. I'm trying to do this. Look, if you were to, I don't know, if you were to like quantify my abilities, write them down somehow, it would be less like a holy warrior sort of type that I put on, more like a rogue.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
You carried Hephaestus
Yeah.
on your back so much.
I always
You made
wondered
no
about that.
gains? You got 0 gains?
I wondered about Hephaestus the first time I picked him up. I thought it was lighter than he ought to be. I just chalked it up to him being a malnourished son of a bitch. But now that I think about it, I reckon it was because he was a demon in a skin sack. So hindsight's 20/20 and all that. But yeah, I'm not that strong, actually. And just to be clear, Otaria is a rogue.
Ataria's a rogue.
Otaria is and has been a rogue this entire time.
You know what? It was weird that you were like, I'm a paladin. I'm like, I don't think you ever smited anyone.
I didn't smite. I never used healing hands. The only big hits I ever did was when I was secretly using my sneak attack and had advantage. I'll talk in the after show about the ways I seeded this. I have been foreshadowing this since episode 1.
Yeah.
Of course, that's why you're so fucking confident in your charisma score. Oh my god!
My strength.
That's why his rolls were crazy.
My strength is 0. My con is -1.
You.
Fuck off. Oh, we're doomed. We're doomed. This is the worst adventuring party I could ever think to assemble.
I knew if I was gonna do this sort of grift, I would need some sort of way to make it seem real, but magic's not really that easy to come by in this world. I found someone who taught me a little spell. It was wizard fingers or something, and that's everything I do is just sort of that. Actually, I don't think I told Panda this, so this is a surprise for Panda too. All of my spells, because I'm Arcane Trickster, all of my spells are real. None of them are homebrewed, but for flavor, all of his spells are just him using Mage Hand in a different way that he's practiced. Gust, shoving people. Magnify Gravity, makes the hand big, crushes somebody. Silvery Barbs, he's using the invisible hand to push people in and out of positions. He has one trick, and he's really good at Mage Hand, and that is the only thing he has.
So we don't have a healer, and we don't have a tank, and we have less support than we thought we had.
Nope.
Dear Mother of God, at least we have guns, I guess. Like,
you got a bard,
that is essentially all you
an
got.
artificer, and an Arcane Trickster rogue, and that is the whole party.
Oh, we're doomed. We are absolutely doomed.
A rogue, a ranger, and a bard walk into a bar. Who dies first? Who dies the fastest?
And yet people are saying...
The historian,
no.
obviously.
Everyone's saying he's just dramatic. I told you guys that Atara was inspired by a character I liked in Symmetry and wanted to play more of. And I wanted to use some of the tricks I never got to use with Dramaticus in a more consistent character. There's more, like I said, in the after show. But...
I feel like you have a particular talent for saying, I drew from this, and then when you think it was like a sketch, it was a whole fucking tableau of what you were drawing.
There's more. I'll save it so we don't hold up. There's a lot more.
Bo kind of disgustedly
have to get going.
Holds out a revolver and a repeater to like, take them. At least we have guns. Gigi, would you like anything from my stuff?
A drink. A drink.
Can I have...
A drink.
I'd also take a drink.
3.
You don't get anything, actually. You get to sit in the corner and grow mushrooms.
What? What mushrooms? We have
Sit in the corner and grow mushrooms.
You heard the woman, Rand.
I don't know.
She's very serious. Sit in that corner. Gigi, I'll pour
I
two of
walk
us a drink,
over
and I'll
to
call
the
up
corner
Dolly.
and just stand there awkward, not like facing the corner, facing everyone else, but I do stand there.
Yeah, Bo pours her and Gigi a drink. Gigi, I know you're... Rand, do you also weigh much less? Because if we really want to go for it, we might be able to get all three of us on Dolly.
The armor is not as heavy as it looks, but I am still an 8-foot tall lion man. So
You can walk.
it's kind of the whole thing that what I was just saying, Gigi, is that I'm not good at sort of physical activity as much as you might think. I have a horse.
Can you
I
guys
have
give
my
me
own
perception
horse.
check?
Wait, where is my horse?
Yeah.
16.
19. I still have good perception, even without the eye.
You hear multiple neighing sounds from outside.
I go and look outside.
There are 3 bright white horses tied to the hitch outside of Bo's house.
Oh, hell yeah!
Can I get the prettiest one?
Hold on, let me pull up a roll 20 to see if I
Roll
can...
for
Why
horse
is this-
prettiest.
Which one?
Why is this the second time we've gotten this exact thing in this campaign?
I never thought that can I have the cool one would be a reoccurring question.
No, I asked, can I have the prettiest horse?
Okay. There are 3 horses there. There is one that is just the most gorgeous horse you have ever seen. There is one that is a really, really nice looking horse. And then there is a totally average white horse.
Okay. So I guess I gotta roll for animal handling or some shit like that?
Yeah, give me an animal handling. God
I'm
damn.
really afraid because I feel my bones this is gonna be a fucking nat 1. Okay, still not a nat 1. That's a 15.
It's a 15. Let me... yeah, no, that does not pass.
Aw.
The horse is kind of angry at you.
Well, at least I can get the second prettiest horse.
You mean
We're doing
animal
this
handling?
again. Whole thing again. All right, cool.
That's an 8.
Okay, good. The other horse rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
The other horse will take anybody.
Alright.
So the middle horse, you can hop on the middle horse. There is the absolutely gorgeous horse and the totally fine horse left. Otaria, do you want to even attempt?
I literally just
Um,
look at Bo and I'm just like, you can take this horse, Bo, the pretty one.
Bo looks at Rand like, come on. After the run you've had, come on. I am taking the prettiest horse.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look. Everything you've known about my persona the past few days or weeks or whatever, it's mostly been an act. So no, it's okay. I get it.
That's a healthy
Fair
dose of copium he's taken.
Gigi, we're
Listen, man, he went nihilism. When I was like, who's the nihilist one here? He's like, I'll go. Fuck this.
I told
Like-
Ted after last week. I talked to him and I was like, by the way, Atari gave up when this happened.
this is out of his fucking pay grade.
Entirely out of my pay
All
grade.
right, give me a animal handling if you're gonna try the horse, Bo.
All right. I gave a little some extra my animal handling and animal handling.
Animal handling.
Lambling.
Amber
Amber
lamps.
living.
Yeah. Hey, that's a 22.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you pass. The horse loves you.
Do I?
Otaria, I'm not gonna make you roll. The only other option is you're walking. you get the perfectly average horse.
I will accept perfectly average horse.
Okay. In that case, are y'all prepping to leave?
Yes, sir.
All right. The second you guys tap at the horse to get it moving, are you all going at the same time?
I think
about
Yeah.
at least, yeah.
Okay. better question. Who's going first?
Not Rand.
Gotcha.
I think Bo's taking a charge this whole thing. I think Bo would be going.
All right. Gigi and Otaria, you see Bo like and tap the horse with her heel, and the horse gone.
Oh! Well, that's quite fast.
See,
All right, let's get going.
That answers the question from earlier when we were wondering why she didn't just teleport us to, you know.
It actually really doesn't answer the question, because if, like, these horses are so quick and she has that, like, teleporting power, we might as well have just been teleported directly there. But that's neither here nor there. You should go first, because I don't trust you to leave you alone.
Entirely fair. And then I do the things
Gotcha.
well.
Gigi, gone again. Otaria is just fucking vanished. Big
And I'm
poof
right
of dust.
after him.
And then you go immediately. Okay, then I will describe what it's like riding this horse. Has everyone in this seen Across the Spider-Verse? It's not really a spoiler I'm about to give. I'm more pulling a visual reference. You know when Jefferson Davis falls through the spots, and there's that just shot of his face of everything zooming past him all at once?
Okay.
That is how it feels to be on this horse, because reality around you just warps, and you are there. You were riding. This was just going at, like, the speed of light. But it just completely engulfs you by the time you get there.
Can I roll to see if when we were running that fast, if I saw the mage's hut?
You didn't see anything. There is no visual. Light can't reach your eyes fast enough for you to be able to recognize anything on this thing.
I'm just for the bit. Can I make a Constitution check to see if the notably not Constitution character doesn't throw up at the end of this?
Absolutely, yes. In fact, all of you give me a con check, because all of you have never moved this fast.
A 9.
Oh, God.
What is
Okay.
+3. Or hearty.
Okay.
What is my con save?
Oh, I got a 4.
Is it con
No, I
save?
got a 5.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll give it a.
That's a 10, because I took a page
10.
from Nathan's book and I fucking dumped con like an idiot.
Hey, I also dumped con.
When
When I said in like episode 1, I dumped con, and everyone thought I was kidding. I wasn't.
Otaria, what did you get?
A 9, not actually that bad.
Okay, so we got a 9, an 8, and a 5. All of you vomit. All of you the second that you get there. You got a 10. Okay, it takes you a second more, but you definitely still do. The second you show up, the G-force of how fast you just moved is just... It hits you all at once, because you also stop immediately. It is a hard stop instantaneously.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, stop spinning. The world needs to stop spinning. Oh, okay.
You know, Dorney did so much goddamn exposited in that dream sequence. You think she could have warned us?
Not a word
That
about
seemed
the
like
G.
something that would have been helpful. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I guess we gotta crawl through this dark mine. Were you at least telling the truth about having dark vision?
Oh yeah, I'm a cat man. That's not really. I mean, I guess I have half dark vision now, but
Well, insofar as the rest of your you'll see the same distance, ish.
Yeah.
sure, yeah. Let's hope.
You just
Never
won't-
lost an eye before.
You'll see the same distance. You just won't know what the distance is at a first glance.
Yeah. To be fair, you kind of deserve this. This is sort of all your fault.
Okay, now that's a little. It was Hephaestus' fault. If anything, I was manipulated.
Rand, if you recall your own backstory, you kidnapped Hephaestus.
Yeah.
It is most certainly your fault that we are all involved in this. And as much as I wouldn't have liked perishing in the apocalypse without even knowing, this might be worse moment to moment.
Look, once again, actually, I don't know if I've apologized officially, but I do apologize. Look, things have not gone great. I fully admit that.
And?
I I apologize, and things have not gone great, and I fully admit. What else do you want me to say?
I don't know.
I think you've
Jesus.
handled it excellently, Gigi. For what it's worth, it was not any sort of act or bit when Ataria was a fan of yours. I do genuinely think it is admirable, your whole little mission. I mean, you come onto the land here, and you're trying to be the type of hero that I was pretending to be, and I do respect that genuinely. And I hope that you don't die, and you get to see that through. I'm not look. I'm not as good with speeches unless I'm bullshitting somebody, but that's true. That's from the bottom of my heart.
No, it's nice at least that you don't have to become king and I become second in command if anything awful were to befall you, and then I would take over in your stead. So it's kind of nice to kind of just skip that step and just, once we do restore balance to everything, to just, be queen of the world. So that's at least a positive to come out of this.
Is she kidding, or is that genuinely like the plan?
And we
that
go
she-
down into the mine.
Okay.
I looked over the boat. I'm like, that sounded. It's coming from somebody who lied about that, like that sort of fantasy. That sounded concerningly genuine.
She is my ward. I would absolutely back her as queen. And just so you know, Rand, I know that my tone has been very nonchalant, and that is for a single reason. I need to bury any kind of feelings I have for the sake of doing this whole saving the world in time bit. But I want you to know, in my view, you're a dumb fuck who was playing my game the whole time and didn't even know the rules. You got played in the most public, humiliating, and physically injurious way possible. I have lived my life carefully and with purpose. So what you're gonna do is be the best little soldier on our mission, and if you dare fuck up once in a way that I can even a little bit perceive as intentional or self-serving, a bullet from one of my many gorgeous collection of guns goes in the back of your skull, whether you're turning front of me or behind me. Have I made myself perfectly clear, darling?
In contrast to the way that he has acted for the past 4 episodes, he looks genuinely terrified, like to the point where he might actually be about to cry, and slows the horse down a little bit so that he is behind you. He seems like, though he would not admit it, genuinely like, oh, I fucked up here. and like actually regretful.
Bo's gonna pat you on the shoulder. You're better this way. Denying the world's reality is no way to live. This is a good first step, no matter how much those barbs are pricking into your souls. Let's go.
I whisper
He doesn't have anything
I
to
whisper
say.
to Bo, don't worry about him possibly like dying or anything. I'll just bring him back again and again and again.
We did put a pin in that. Let's walk and talk about the situation with your teeth, your parents' teeth, and your long-term plan, as we've been talking a lot about planning. And we make our way down the mine.
Okay, as you guys are walking, I will describe what this mine looks like as you're entering it. Giant cave, like hole in the side of a mountain sort of cave. But it's obvious that the rocks are kind of sandstone. It's like hyper compacted sand around you. And the cave itself is obviously a man-made tunnel that goes into this mountain of sand. And it goes in and then down. And it's this downward, just arching pathway, as far down as you can possibly go. After riding for, I would say, probably about 10 minutes down this really long path, it opens up into this giant cavern. And in the center of that cavern, there is a old world tower. It is very obviously the same sort of tower that you saw in the wizard's house. It is this white limestone building that goes all the way up to the top of this cavern that has been completely scooped out by hand. But when the door opens on where the door is open on the tower, there are stairs going down. It is obvious that the tower itself is more of a accent piece to the rest of what's in here.
If I need to do a perception check for this, I'm more than happy to. Do I see any movement? Are there beings of any kind in here that I can piece out?
Luckily, it is the middle of the night, so the miners are not around.
Okay, but there would be, I can tell.
This is an active mine. This is not an abandoned mine. This is
Okay.
an actively used mine. I will say, everybody give me a perception check while you're in here, actually.
I thought this was an abandoned, like, super old world mine.
I guess since I'm not taking part in the conversation, I'm looking around. I got a 24.
20. Fuck, Jesus.
My perception's still good, even without an eye.
An unnatural 20. There's another word for that, right? Why am I
30, 20?
Dirty 20. I don't know why I blanked on that.
14.
Okay. In that case, looking around, you can see in the minecarts, they're filled to the brim with old world metal as well. There is highly decorated armors and swords and shields that have been then harvested into these minecarts. With the fact that both of you got over 20s, I will say, mines in this world do not mine natural metal. The world is buried under sand. So everything above the sand is miles above anything that could hold metal ore. Mines are where they dig down to the old world to get the metal from them.
That's a cool idea.
That's
Thank
sick
you.
as hell.
Essentially.
So all of the minecarts around you are filled with armor, with insignias and shields that just have metal bracing on them. There's silverware in one barrel that you can see in the corner. There are teacups in another. They're harvesting the metal out of this tower. But the doors that you can see that go down have kind of a fence around them, like a don't fucking go in here fence. And there is other ways, like scaffolding-wise, that the miners are going up into the tower itself. But the doors very obviously are like a stay the fuck out of here markup around it.
Are they closed, locked? I'm assuming at least closed.
The doors themselves they are closed, but one of them is slightly off of its hinges, so you can see the stairs that go down.
Okay.
And you both got over 20. There is light in there.
Fuck off.
What? Okay, when you say
Fire.
what kind of?
Not
okay, I was
not
about to say, I was
Napoleon
like, is
light
this? Yeah, is
fire.
this like a
Okay.
flickering fire, or
There's
is this
torches.
the monster
Alright.
we're fighting? Okay. All right. And the
Can I specifically investigate for, like, signs that a murderous sort of demon was here before us?
Yeah, it'll be an easy check, but go ahead, roll for investigation there.
fact that it's an easy check worries me because if
It's a dirty 20.
There's no. This is obviously an active work site, but it's the end of the day. It's the middle of the night. No one's here. No one's working, and it's dangerous as hell to mine in the middle of the night.
Why? It's not like there's light in here to begin with.
You can't exactly go get help from a nearby town if a fucking cave-in happens in the middle of the night.
and the only instruction that we were given was just the scroll is in here, right?
You
we were
know
not given
that
and probably
inside Grey Charter Mine, there is a scroll.
All right, GJ, can you do that thing that you did in the other place where you detect I don't know what sort of magic you did.
Locate object. Yes, I can do that. Did we get a long rest since the last one?
You've been knocked out twice. Yeah, you got a long rest.
Okay. Then yeah, I can do that.
Put my hit points back up.
Being knocked unconscious is disconcertingly healthy in 5e.
We were magic. It's not like someone bonked us on the head. They put us to sleep with death magic. That's probably
Yeah,
fine.
You were
right?
stabbed in
put-
the eye, Otaria. I think you got some manner of brain damage.
I hope she used some sort of disinfectant on this bandage.
Yeah, come to think of it, you didn't take the bandage off or look into a mirror at any point
No.
after
No, I
you saw the bandage.
No, I
on
did
your
not.
face.
Did you not check to see if
You
you
have
got
no
a new
fucking
eye
clue.
or something?
I don't want to see that shit.
But you could have gotten a new eye from like death or something. She could have given you something to see, like maybe you can like see dead people or something.
I don't think that. Look, if we get this scroll, I can ask her if she can get me a new eye. But I did not think we were in a position to make demands at that time.
I mean, she could have given you a gift for free. She gave us free horses.
Gigi, do you think she would have given me a new eye?
Did you check?
Okay, I'm just gonna show. I don't. The environment has become. Well, it was sort of always hostile towards me, but it's become hostile in a little bit of a different way. So
I'm gonna check for him. I'm like,
Oh my god.
How would you unwrap that? I don't know what the proper medical
peeking.
procedure is.
Children, please stop squabbling. Please stop squabbling.
Otaria,
all
when
over
she
each
reaches for the bandage, it does hurt. You still have a hole in your face. It's
nope, there's no eye
I don't
there.
have any sort of. Do you have healing magic? I don't know what you.
Ooh, yes, but also no.
And can I take a guess at? Is it healing if you're dead and that's it?
Yeah.
That'd be so cool under any other circumstances.
That does segue conveniently into that topic I brought up earlier. Gigi, your parents' teeth. You mentioned some further details that we didn't really have time to unpack. So I'm completely clear. What precisely is your plan for that?
I'm going to become a great adventurer. Then I'm going to bring my parents back to life.
At least when I say
Right.
weird shit, it's because I was faking it.
Rand, not now. Gigi,
Yes.
there were a few details that were a little disconcerting. For example, you said your magic only works 10 days after death, and that your parents have been dead for a while after that. So how can the plan work?
Oh, I just keep casting that spell. And then it starts over.
It starts
Again and
over?
again.
It starts
Yes.
over. What makes it start? I'm not so magically inclined. How does it start
So,
over,
like,
Gigi?
Technically, the spell, it lasts for 10 days. And, like, the other spell I have can only work if the person's been, like, dead for less than 10 days. But because there's a bit of cheesing involved, if you keep casting that first spell every 10 days, it starts the countdown clock over from day one. Because they technically have not been dead for more than 10 days.
So it's like time travel?
Technically, yeah.
That
More
feels like a rabbit hole that I do not want to touch right now.
It's like that ancient practice I heard of refrigerating to make sure they don't go bad.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a myth, Bo.
I'm not one to talk about myths, Rand. Gigi.
I would say I am one to talk. You know what? I'm going to just shut up again.
There is the manner of their death as well. You were imprisoned for it,
It was a big misunderstanding.
and that misunderstanding was...
They were murdered, but because it was voluntary, they were assuming that I was the one that did the murder when it was not me. It was a disgruntled employee.
a disgrunt. So, I'm doing a little mental math here.
Mhm.
The murder was carried out by a disgruntled employee,
That's
yet your
correct.
parents died willingly.
Yes.
Because
So-
they thought it was you.
No.
So it was a crime of passion by the hand of the murderer, but also planned by the hand of the victims?
Well, it's a long story, but I've always wanted to be an adventurer. And my parents believed in me. But, like, you can't be an adventurer if you're, like, very rich and you have super loving parents. So they volunteered to be murdered because all the best heroes can be either super rich or be an orphan or both sometimes. So Orphan, super rich, extra good adventurer.
I thought my backstory was wild. I fabricated that, and it's nowhere near.
Yeah.
But they believed in me, so they
Gigi, you are.
volunteered to have themselves murdered so I can be an adventurer.
Ooh, that was not on your resume to be my ward.
I haven't felt pity for somebody in a while, but goddamn,
God.
you seem to be remarkably okay with this whole thing.
Well, I'm going to bring them back after I become a good adventurer. And
Gigi,
Yes.
I wish I could put this
Mhm.
abstract question in a more concrete way. But how many times in your life would you say you and your family have had to experience consequences for your actions?
the first time I had to face consequences
Consequences.
was when I decided to help High Festies.
So we're figuring it out how to get this door open and save the world with our crack team of
This has been such a bad day for everyone, and I think it's been the worst for Bo.
Listen,
Bo went
it-
into
world
today
is
thinking that she had a
crumbling.
team of idiots, but capable idiots, and
no, everyone's just fucking crazy but me.
everyone's great.
Everyone is either crazy or literally the Antichrist, and that is our party.
Outlaws
Fuck.
of the Seven. Being Delulu is the Salulu.
King Delulu is
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. So we are
Okay.
calmly and collectively trying to get this door open and locate that object. How's that spell
Okay.
coming along, Gigi?
spell. Oh yeah, I got that. That's been done. Yes.
Okay, where is it?
Did that a while. Okay.
Where is it?
Where is it, Panda? Please.
I
Oh,
love
yes,
the,
right,
the
sorry.
exasperated, slight Bo voice that you had on that.
Where is Panda?
She is asking God, where is it?
I
Can
thought-
we
I
have
thought
this
that
conversation? Where is
Let
it?
me also
I thought
remind the
Gigi
audience.
was saying that in character. I'm sorry.
Let me remind the audience
okay,
really quick that Mike did. No one knew each other's twists, so Mike and Bo are both
No.
finding out that their party
This
is
is his
useless
real
in real
exasperation.
time.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. You cast the spell. It's below the tower.
Well, it's down there.
I'm
Well, I get
so
down there somehow.
glad that we are aware of that information, Gigi. Thank you.
You were the one that asked me to cast the spell, okay?
And now we know that it's down.
Can't make child leashes. Don't put them in child leashes. You don't even have the materials to make child leashes. Don't think about it. Stop thinking about it.
I assure you, I have since proven myself as a very capable adventurer, but I do think this is sort of a bigger adventure than I had initially planned for like my first one. But like I think it'll be a very nice surprise when I reincarnate my parents, and then they see that like now I'm like the queen of the world. Yay!
You keep bringing up that Queen of the World bit.
You know that was part of his scam, right?
Like that was I was the one that brought that whole thing into. I'm happy you liked the story, but
So
Fran,
do the scrolls not make you king or queen of Asali?
I think the
No,
scrolls.
Gigi, they released
Yeah,
the gods. They released the horsemen and made the bad stuff happen. But you know,
Oh.
I'm not gonna judge what gets people through the end of the world. And Rand, you did get your couple days of delusion and us all, humor
To
in
be
it
fair, I've been
as
doing
much
this
as we
grift for more
did.
than a few days, but you know.
Sure, not in the mood for semantics. Let's keep going down.
As we go
Uh,
down, I'm just like, so did like nobody pay you to get these scrolls? You just
Look,
did it for no reason.
I figured if the prophecy turned out to be true, then hallelujah, I'm the king of all this sand and dirt and shit. If the prophecy doesn't happen to be real, then I got some old valuable artifacts I can sell.
You're an
And
idiot.
where's-
Okay.
At which
No, hold
point-
on. I will reiterate here. Hephaestus sold that lie to Atari.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
that is 100% something
I
Hephaestus said was
I
real.
will-
That was
Okay.
not
Yeah,
Otaria being
true.
like, I'll just get him. Hephaestus was like, oh, there are these scrolls that you can go out into the world and get, and it'll make you the king.
to give you a little bit of like of Ataria's sort of thought process and the whole thing, because that's real. Ataria started this grift for reasons that have not yet been said. Not that it's like crazy. Did it just because it was successful and was just doing this king grift because it worked. Then met Hephaestus, and Hephaestus was like, "Oh, you could actually be king." And at that point, he was like, "Oh, cool. If it works, it works. If it's not, why?" He wanted it to work, obviously, but like the scrolls was not something that was Ataria's idea originally. The plan was just trick people into thinking I'm the king so that they give me stuff. And the scrolls came along later.
Okay, I misunderstood that.
I
thought, like,
don't think it had been
I thought that
officially
was
said, so you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it did like one or the other depending on how you use the
Yeah.
scrolls.
I was
Okay.
pretending
No,
to I was pretending to be the king first, then Hephaestus came and lied to me about the scrolls. That was the timeline, and we can just say that I explained that like on the way. But yeah, that's the timeline of our connected backstory.
Then I wouldn't have said any of the stuff about being queen if I had known that, like, oh no, that was
The
something that was
scrolls
sold to me.
legitimately don't
No,
do that.
they do not.
Their
Okay.
only purpose
Not
is...
operating on that level of delusion.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. So do you guys go? You guys know it's downstairs. Are you going
Yeah.
downstairs?
Actually,
Cautiously.
valid
Cautiously.
question. Actually, two questions. Number one, are we like taking the horses down there, or are we leaving the horses? What's like the size of because we're going inside a building, right?
It is
Okay.
small and only people can fit through. You can't fit horses.
Secondary question, because I don't have to pretend to be that dumb anymore. Roughly, how late in the night is it? I don't know if I would have a way to get that exactly, but like, how long do we have until people reasonably start filling into this mine again?
It is the dead of night. You have a good couple of
Okay.
hours until people start coming.
In that case, cool.
I'm gonna state this for everybody in the chat right now. I'm gonna stop fixing Momo's camera because it is having a hissy fit. And
I
it will
don't
not
know
stop.
why it's
So
doing that.
I am not going. I'm gonna stop fucking with it, and Momo's
It
just gonna
happens.
get big and small and big and small and big and small for the rest of the episode. My apologies.
I don't know what I just happened.
Sometimes it just happens. I don't know what causes it.
Sometimes it's just individual cameras fucking hate the system.
You know my pain now, Panda.
I do. It's aggravating. Okay. So, you guys go down the stairs, and you are in a small stone room. By the way, I will also say these stairs were very long. It took a very long time to get down these stairs. You are much deeper in the earth than any of you have ever been, and it is exceedingly cold because of it. But there were torches that are lit down here, and you walk into a small square room with torches in each corner. There is a hallway in front of you, and there's a hallway to the left of you.
I have a
Did
real-
we see any rats or anything as we were coming down here?
No.
Aw.
Aw.
still have a bad feeling knowing the size and shape of the room, but we carry on.
Hold on. Why?
Yeah.
to
I also
rats?
don't like
The
you
rats
looking
tried
between
to kill us
monitors.
Last episode.
I don't think I feel like that at least famine is dead,
Yeah.
but could we roll a perception check for threats or mysterious sources of light or some such in this small
We're
room?
all so paranoid.
Vibe check?
Vibe check?
Yeah. Yeah, you can roll a perception check for that. Hell yeah.
That is. It would have been a dirty 20, but now I have a minus, so it's 19.
19.
I got an 11.
Okay. No. This is a small stone room. It is very classic dungeon feel. There's no mysterious light, no freaky objects anywhere. There's no threats anywhere. It's a small stone room with two hallways.
Just for my like visualization purposes, because this is like the old world pre-Dune, right? Just aesthetically, is this like very like medieval classic D&D sort of architecture style?
Yes.
Okay.
Very, very You are two cowboys and a
Cosplayer.
delusional rich person who is down in a very classic D&D like basement dungeon.
Okay. Gigi, you got any read on where this thing is? Left, right, up, down? Probably not up.
The spell.
Yes.
Tell me where it is.
You the spells. It is in front of you and to the left, but it's like 3 rooms over. You can feel it's down here, but you gotta get to it.
It's towards the left, so we should go that way.
I said in front of you and to the left.
Yeah, so
not to the left. Okay.
So I mean, like,
There
do we
wasn't a
not-
hallway to the
is
front
it
of us,
in
right? It
this
was just
room
left and right?
essentially?
Yeah, there is. You are in a square room. On the wall in front of you, there is a hallway going forward,
Oh,
and to
there
the
was a
wall
forward.
to the left of
Oh.
you, there is a hallway going to the left.
Okay, so we should go forward, and then there should be a, like, maybe a left turn we make.
Or do we go left and then there's a forward?
I think we have to go forward and then left. I don't
There's
think the
also a
left
left.
wins.
If we can go left and
Let's
then turn
see
right.
what's in the damn hallway, folks.
Can I say, like, my locate object is like almost like a holographic compass?
Yeah, I was kind of imagining it like
Yeah.
that. Of like you don't have a Google Maps view of this, but
Yeah.
you can kind of see it.
It's like a waypoint in a
like,
video game where
in the
there's like
yeah,
the
it's a
thing,
waypoint.
yeah.
Your little compass
Yeah.
that's like it's 10 meters that way. And there's
Okay.
a wall there, and you're like, great, I have to go around it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, gotcha. Okay, yes. Which way are you going?
Going straight.
Forward, I think.
Straight. All right. On the other side of the hallway, there is a wooden path in front of you over a large fall into a pit filled with dead snakes.
Well, at least the dead.
Yeah, I do prefer dead to not dead in this case.
To the right of you, as you know what, give me a perception check on top of the dead snakes.
I don't want to do that. I was right to
15.
not want to do that. 16.
15. 16. Bo?
13.
13. Okay, you all got pretty decent. Looking around, right off to the side of where you're standing in the pit, like something hit the wall and fell to the side, there is a giant boulder that has fallen into the pit.
So it looks like someone already set
Does-
off the trap.
I was about to say, yeah, does this look like something that used to be a trap and is no longer that?
Yes.
Cool.
I
But
don't-
there is a... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if I could reasonably tell this. How long ago has that boulder been there? That was not the correct grammar for that sentence, but you know what I mean.
Give me an investigation check.
All right.
But it's got to be a really good investigation.
I'm not good at
What-
investigation. I'm good at many things because
Yeah.
I'm a rogue, and that's why I get high rolls. But
I'd investigate it.
15, that's actually pretty good.
15. That's pretty decent. There's only a few scratches on this boulder. It feels like it only recently rolled down and hit this wall. You can see new stone. Like the outside of the stone that would be old and decrepit from being here for so long. If you look in the doorway that you're standing in, there are cracks of new stone that you can see. So something recently hit this door. And there are only new scratches on that boulder down there.
This is a stupid question, but it's the first. Did someone design a pit of snakes and also a boulder that falls into the pit? Because that feels like overkill. And also killing the snakes.
I mean, like,
So, like,
Yes.
There's a
they
lot
knew
of
the
snakes.
snakes weren't
They
going
got-
Why
to
would they
live
do
forever,
this?
so...
I guess.
Honestly, it feels
I
like they
guess
shouldn't
it's
have had the
time
snakes
proof.
in the first place if they knew they were going to die eventually.
Yeah, it
I've
feels like
always
the
wondered,
boulder's
what-
more important if you got to knock somebody off the bridge.
What is the upkeep on a pit of snakes? Because you got to keep them alive and you got to keep them randy, for lack of a better term. Sorry, Randy.
Okay, well,
I will
now
also
that one felt targeted.
reiterate that the snakes are very long dead.
Yeah.
These are
Yeah.
not recently dead snakes. Like they're
Figured that
skeletons that
Yeah.
have been rotting.
Yeah.
But the boulders
The boulders.
The boulder is new.
new-ish. And okay, describe the end of this room, the door, again.
You are standing in the doorway,
Mhm.
and in the doorway, there's the doorway around you that has
Yeah.
cracks that you can see in the new stone. There is a 40-foot long wooden bridge in front of you. Only one person can cross it at a time, and there's no handrails. And on the other side, there is a semi-open room that has one stone podium in the center of it. From your investigation check, you can kind of see that that's where the boulder like hit and then went forward.
Okay.
And on the other side of that podium, there is another door.
Okay. So Indiana Jones room.
Is my spells telling me it's by that first door I'm looking at?
Your spell is telling you that it is across that gap, but to the left. It's not in that room on the other side of the gap.
Okay.
It is still a few rooms over to the left.
Okay. I also have another thing with that spell. It tells me if there are like items around. So if there are there's other scrolls around, it should also come up.
Mm-hmm. There is not.
Oh, so we can maybe use that as a detector for Apollyon. We got Apollyon radar. I like that. I mean, okay, what role is it going to be to cross this bridge?
That's a great question.
Please
Probably
say
some sort of
acrobatics.
dex check.
Please say acrobatics. I feel like that's reasonable.
I'll say either athletics or acrobatics.
All right, cool.
Acrobatics it is.
I'm just gonna go.
Whatever's higher.
It's +2 either way.
I'm just gonna go then. I'm not gonna wait around for more debate on this, and I'm gonna get a 23. Acrobatics, if it matters.
Yeah, you make it. You make it across.
Yeah, I was like,
The
all right.
boards squeak a lot because you are an 8-foot tall lion man, but you do make it across.
Not gonna wait around any longer. I guess we just go get this done, and then I just kind of like surprisingly deftly make my way across.
Gigi.
What are the?
I mean, do we have to follow him, or can he just pick it up and come back over here?
It's not in the next room. It's gonna be like it's still a few rooms over.
Oh, this is fine. I'll go. Before I do go, let me see if I can give you any sort of a boon here, Bo. A boon
It would
for
be
Bo.
appreciated. I wear a large hoop skirt.
Yes.
I
I'm
can do
going
the wind pushing thing if it helps, but I don't want the bridge to swing. So
Yes.
I would
The bridge is wooden boards that have been like locked in place.
Oh,
They're not
okay.
The boards aren't gonna fly up if you do the wind thing.
So, you are a person that is not particularly agile. So I will give you a blessing of Cat's Grace, and I cast Enhance ability Cat's Grace to give you advantage on dexterity checks, and you don't take damage from falling 20 feet or less.
that is a good question.
contingency
How
plan.
deep is the pit? I don't think that was said.
It's about 30 feet deep.
Oh,
All right,
You
I'll
heard
take
20.
10.
You heard
10
20
points of
feet and
falling
said
damage.
30.
Not bad. Yeah.
all right.
Alright.
Okay. Well,
Well, you would still get the bonus from that because there is
Yeah.
a lot of snakes.
Oh,
So
okay.
it
10
is.
feet of
It's
snake.
a 30.
10 feet
There
of
is 10 feet of dead snakes there.
All right.
That's
So
two.
this acrobatics check is. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a 21.
Score. Yep, you make it across.
oh man, the current snakes are dead. Better empty a box of more snakes into the pit. This is our upkeep.
Just keep them filled.
All right.
Oh man, I was on snake duty last week. Come on.
Listen, it's a
Hey,
dungeon that
oh
protects.
my fucking god! Thank God for that advantage because I got
Oh,
a
no.
nat 20 and a nat 1 on each of
Oh my
my
lord! You like twinkle toes across the bridge. Like you like push up your hoop skirt and just
Yeah,
all the way
just-
across.
Piano.
You successfully make it across. Yes, all of you are now across. You can continue on if you would like.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just look. I want to look into the next room before I, like, actively go in there. Now knowing that there are, or at least have been, traps.
So you look through the doorway,
Mhm.
and it is a hallway going down to your right, and you can see it curves off to the left down there.
That's suspiciously normal.
All right. This is always some sort of trap. So I'm going to take like a dagger out and I'm going to throw it down the hallway to see if it triggers anything.
It falls to the ground.
I'm gonna
Okay.
kind of do the same thing. I'm gonna use Mage Hand, which I can say now. I just want to, like, at random points, but decently, like like trying to simulate steps, like press down on the floor, to see if there's any tiles or anything, and I'll just kind of like do that quickly the whole length.
Got it. It doesn't trigger anything. You're fine.
I feel like this is one of those things where it's like you roll a high perception check, get nothing, and that scares you more than.
Yeah, I'd like to. Can I do a perception check on the walls to check for holes or anywhere that stuff might shoot out?
Yes, you can give a perception check for that.
Yeah. That was a 14.
These are solid stone walls.
Okay.
I guess we'll just walk out then.
There is a, I will say on the lighting, there is a single torch at the very end of the hallway.
Hold on a second. Can you do that gust thing you do to put out the light?
That was really just the wizard fingers again, but yeah, my range on that is like 30 feet, but let me see how gust works technically. How long is this hallway?
I'll give it to you if you get it.
Wait, if I get what?
If you are going to be doing this, I'll give it to you.
Oh yeah, my range is I'll blow out the torch with my mage hand.
Great, that is a pitch black hallway now.
I cast light.
All right, you have light.
See,
Why
we
don't
knew what we were doing.
What are we going to do? What are we
I
going to do?
was checking to see if there was, like, some magic lights that you can only see in the dark.
In hindsight, why would there be anything like that?
Because it could be like some sort of petroleum fire.
Some sort of what?
Petroleum fire. They burn in the dark and you can't see them with the light.
Oh, whatever. I'm just going.
Okay.
Bring
No
the
doubt.
light around so that I don't trip on something.
All
Someone
right,
needs to go. It's
Yeah.
gonna be me.
You just going? Are all of you going? Or is it just
You going
I'm
first.
not full sprinting down. I'm like
Yeah.
wary of and looking for something to happen because I've got
Okay.
spells I can
definitely
do.
we're letting him
out,
take the
but-
first steps for sure.
As you walk down the hallway, nothing happens. You make it to the end.
I don't like this. I don't like
I feel
this.
like you're getting back at me for the door thing that I pulled on you, episode 1 of.
No, that was the
The-
box. That was the you just have to be soft with it box.
Yeah.
All right, we're just gonna
Okay.
walk down this.
I
hallway.
walked down to the end of the hallway. I guess probably getting out of Gigi's light source by the end of it, and then I just go, "Oh no, I'm dead! Oh,
The pain.
my other
There's
eye!"
There's only one. There's
Anyway.
only the one door, right?
Yeah, there's the one door at the end of this of the room that leads into this hallway.
Does it feel like Gigi? I guess I'd be asking you this to Gigi. Does it feel like the scroll is in the next room over, like on the left, where there wouldn't be a door?
A compass.
No.
Okay. I thought there was like some hidden wall bullshit. Okay, we're done with this room, I think. Probably.
We're
Alright.
gonna spend more time on the room with no traps than any of the rooms with traps.
You make it to the end of the hallway, and there is a short hallway left that ducks back, the way that you came, but it just hooks back around.
Is this hallway gonna be as much of a thing as the last one was?
I don't know. I
There
don't
is, all right, are you hooking around the corner, or are you just going to the end of the little short segment?
Once I change like my view to somewhere else, I am stopping and taking stock of the situation again.
Okay, so
that
you
makes sense.
hook around the corner, and at the end of that long hallway, you can see a room with lights.
Okay. And the scroll from everything I don't know if I can see Gigi's hologram thing, but
You cannot.
okay. From what I've been told, is it believable that this is maybe the room that has the scroll?
I
don't
know.
Okay. This is so suspiciously easy for an active mind that we just walked into. I mean, I guess I'm gonna wait for them so that we're not fully splitting up. But then, yeah.
All right, just going down. All right. Otaria, you make it into the room. Nothing happens in the hallway.
I feel like that hallway is gonna try to eat me or something if I go back down. Anyone else getting that sense?
Well, it is
Everybody
disconcerting
else?
to run into the one trap and then
Yeah.
none.
Have we seen any like dead bodies? Like
Not
along
in the
here?
hallway, no.
No,
Hallway?
other than the snakes.
Any sign of any sort of life?
It is like a one-person wide hallway, so it would be very hard to. Also, you blew out the only light source.
I cast light.
Right. Okay. On your light, as you've been walking downward, there is not very much signs of anything. This is a hallway. This is a small hallway that people shuffle through.
And no tracks left on the ground from someone being there before us.
Well, I do suppose it could have been just a castle in another life.
It was a tower outside.
The castle.
Yeah,
Look, I'm not.
I'm looking
I'm
for
not
tracks other
familiar.
than our own.
There.
I do an
Unfortunately, the ground is stone,
Mm.
and you are deep enough underground that there's not even dust getting down here. You're in a tomb essentially. There's no footprints.
I mean, I don't think it was just a castle unless whoever owned this castle just really did enjoy snakes. And also, but enjoyed snakes a lot to have them, but not enough to take care of them. So, look, this is one of two things. Either this is just as easy as the scroll's tucked away in like a wall behind a loose rock or something. That's what I'm hoping. Or something's horribly wrong.
Where does it say that the scroll is now?
It is, in your perspective,
Mhm.
forward and to the right of you.
The same distance it was when we first walked in here.
Not from when you first walked in here, but when you walked into the hallway, it was like to the left of you. You have now walked
So we
to the right down.
looped around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
looped around, and now you are looking directly at where it would be, and it is slightly to the right of you.
So hopefully we're snaking
Well,
our way
slightly,
into
slightly to the left of you. Sorry, I screwed that one up.
Hopefully we're snaking our way into the center of this, like taking the little scenic
Mhm.
route. So
Does
I
it at
don't think-
least? Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't think we have much recourse but to go into the other room and see if we're just gonna see the exact same room we saw, and maybe we're trapped in an Ouroboros thing. But that we gotta take that step.
You keep
I
saying
definitely
that
did
word.
not-
Motherfucker!
Well,
Motherfucker!
when you mentioned the hallway looped around and we got a room with no other puzzle, what do you want me to? I can't see the room.
Do you walk into the room, or are
I-
you still in the hallway?
I'm there first. I'm gonna do what I've
Yeah.
been doing. I'm gonna look into the room and get stock of the
Got it.
situation first.
Okay, so Ataria, you look into the room. It is a rectangular room. You are looking out of one door. On the wall opposite of you, there is another hallway going out of it. And on the wall that you are on, there is another door to the right of you. And there are no other doors in this room. On the ground, in two segments, there are suspicious piles of dead fire ants that are on the ground.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so
You heard me.
confused.
I did, but I kind of wish I didn't.
Now, what fucking horseman does that mean?
Otaria looks in, turns around, and goes, "There's a bunch of ants on the floor."
That's where
Like-
they typically lay, Rand.
Well, no, is my eye playing? Look, I'm not used to looking with this. Is that? Surely that's not ants. There's a lot of ants.
And they're just
Bo- Go ahead.
sitting there menacingly. What are they doing?
They're dead.
My God, so nefarious.
Is this like a?
Bo like peeks around your knee. What in the goddamn?
I told you it's ants. I'm just gonna. Okay, you said that they were in two piles, right, Panda?
Yep.
Am I getting this, like...
Actually, you know what? Give me a perception check.
Okay, because I have a question here, too, but I'll roll the perception check first. That is Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right. There is an S-shaped pass that goes through the two piles and into the other door.
Does it seem like this is similar to the snake room in that this was maybe some sort of trap that has been activated? Like, is there something in the room, some sort of mechanism that might have, like, released a bunch of ants that were then just dead?
On the opposite side, on the opposing sides of that path, there is some sort of magical substance, salt kind of thing, keeping the ants where they are.
I'm gonna use my mage hand, because you said they're in piles, right? I feel like this is a long shot, but there's no reason not to. I'm just gonna, like, sift, not touching them, but I'm just gonna, like, shove the piles around a little bit, make sure there's not anything under the ant piles that's notable.
Okay. No.
That's good. I'm gonna very carefully step into the room.
All right.
I assume nothing happens, but...
Nope, nothing happens.
Oh,
Are we just
JJ,
gonna follow the S path through it? All right. Compass, where's the scroll?
The scroll, as you enter the room, is to the left of you. It's, again,
just
there's
left.
no doorway to the left of you. There's a hallway in front of you, but there is no
this is a
hallway
spiral.
to the left of you.
It seems like this is a spiral.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do I have, like, the inclination to believe that if I just keep turning left, I'll eventually get to the little part where the scroll is?
Yeah, basically.
I guess we'll just keep turning left.
Okay, I think I've got a few more left turns within me before I find a wall that is likely not load bearing and try to do some magic with a musket or
Agreed.
a blunderbuss.
Yeah, I'm becoming more inclined.
I will say that would be a great plan if you weren't thousands of feet under the ground.
Yeah, that is the thing. At this point, these are probably all
the tower
load-bearing
is load-bearing.
walls.
Everything is a load-bearing wall, so I would be hesitant to say that's a good idea.
It is best to voice an intrusive thought lest it take over you in a moment.
Okay. So we had snakes and a rock. We had ants that were somehow being corralled by some sort of weird substance on the ground. I'm not seeing anything yet, but I'm keeping my mind open for a pattern. I assume you guys are still letting me lead. Even though I maybe have one of the lowest healths in the group. We'll move on.
Okay.
What's up?
Are you going through the path?
Oh, right, they were different. I'm going to... Actually, wait, you said there was a door, right? That's the first door?
Doorway.
Okay.
Yeah. There's another hallway on the other side of it.
I guess I want to at least look through all three and see if there's anything I can see within them. So I guess I'll get that answer first, but then if not, I have a thought. If I have to, like, go in and, like, go down a hallway to look in, I'm not going to, but I'm just going to take a peek inside and see if I can see anything.
You look into both hallways. The one on the opposite wall, the one that the path leads to. There is another you can
it's
see
the
a
rest of the
that goes
spiral.
Through. No, there's a hallway that goes all the way down, and then there's another hallway crossing it. And
I feel like I should be drawing this as we go.
The doorway on the wall you just came out of is another extremely long hallway that ends going to the left.
Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I do actually want to draw what we've seen so far, so I'm going to be awful. Panda, can you give me a very quick recap of the rooms that we have thus? I know there was
I'm going to be even more awful.
No.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, okay. I know we started in one. I'm marking the entrance here. and we started in one that had hallways off on every side, right? We started in one that had hallways on
I'm
all.
not giving you anything.
I'm asking the other players.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we came into a hallway that went left. We had a straight hallway and a left hallway. We went
Was
straight.
there a right hallway there? Or
There
I
was
think
no
there
right
was-
hallway. It was left or
No,
straight.
there-
I don't
no right
recall
hallway.
a right hallway. So we went straight.
Left or
Okay.
straight. You went straight.
Then there was the snake room,
Mhm.
and the snake room was just one because it was the bridge over. There was not any other. I mean, if there was like a door hidden in the pit, we didn't see it. Then at the end of the snake room, it was the long hallway, and this is a question that I am going to ask Panda because this is something that like I would as a player would not know. I know that the hallway went up and then it turned left and then it hooked around. How far was like the left and hook
The
segment?
hook?
Does that make sense? Yeah, how far was the hook? Because I didn't see
I
it
would
physically,
say
so.
probably about 10 feet. It's not.
Okay, so
very
not the
long.
whole not the whole length.
It was about 15. Yeah, there was
Okay.
about 15 feet long, and then it went back.
Okay,
oh fuck!
and now
Is this a labyrinth?
that's why I'm starting to write this down.
Oh fuck! This is a
It's a
labyrinth.
dungeon crawler,
And then
baby.
Now we're in. Oh no! Then there was the ant room, which is where we're in now, and the ant room has a hallway on the front, and then doorways on both sides.
There is a hallway in front of you,
So I should flip this
and
around.
then the wall you're looking out of has 2 doors on it. And you are looking out of the one on the. If you are looking at the wall, you're the one on the left.
The wall we're looking. Okay, so the way I'm gonna like kind of draw this in the air. So, well, I guess so. This is the room. This is the room. There's an exit, and then there's 2 parallel doors,
Yes.
and we are on the left. Okay.
Yes.
So first thing that and I guess just for the S shape. Where is the S shape like running? Is it running horizontal?
The S shape runs from where you are over to the door that is exiting out of it.
Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look and I'm gonna like peek around into the parallel door, and that was another hooking hallway that goes the other direction, right?
Yes, it's a hallway
Okay.
that goes
So it's
very long hallway. It looks almost exactly like the one you just came out of.
Is it reasonable to assume from the look that it is like the mirror of the one that we just came out of?
Yeah, it goes exactly.
okay.
Actually, it's deeper. Now that I
Deeper.
now that I think about
Interesting.
it is
okay.
deeper.
Can we go?
No,
looks
Do we
exactly
find
like the
David
hallway.
Bowie?
This is the worst. It's way too bright.
I can't see
on my
nothing.
camera. Yeah. Well, that's kind of it is a horrible diagram. You can kind of see a little bit as I get it closer.
I
It
can't
is
see
just
a
little.
thing. I don't know what you're
it
talking
is
about.
chicken scratch lines. And now my camera's focus is just permanently broken. I guess that'll.
Well,
What?
don't bring
There
your
we are.
hand.
No. Bring a hand and zoom. Pull it back. That worked. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go across the ant pit and look into the opposite hallway.
All right, you're gonna walk across the path that goes opposite door out of it. All right.
Yeah, I'll walk across. Also, I touched the ants with my mage hand, and they didn't like jump and attack. So I'm assuming they're not going to try to attack me if they do. I'll gust them.
Good defense. You get all the way to the other side, and you look down, and it's a hallway that goes all the way down, and then about halfway through, there's another path that crosses it.
It's a fucking labyrinth.
Okay, so I'm gonna gesture for Gigi. Is it reasonable to assume from Gigi looking that path? Wait, or did we already? We already passed the item, didn't we? We already passed the scroll.
You had to
overshoot.
Yeah.
And we passed the scroll in the looping hallway, not the ant room, correct? Or was it the ant?
You did not fully pass it. If you are standing in the ant room, it is directly to your left.
If you're standing in the ant room, it is roughly in between like the ant room and the snake room. I have that now marked on my chicken scratch diagram here. I would like to go down to the end of this hallway and see what's on the left. If that looks like some weird trickery nonsense, then we can...
Okay, so you want to walk until there is nowhere else to walk forward and then look to the left? Or are
I,
you going to the intersecting path and then looking to the
I
left?
am going to the intersecting path and looking left.
Okay. All right. You walk down to the intersecting path and look to the left, and it is another hallway that goes very far down and then takes another left. And I will say, out of that doorway that is to the left at the very end of the hallway, there is light that is not fire.
As you cast
is-
by
is
a light
it-
spell.
Is it light? Yeah, okay. This is very much a question that I fully understand I might not be able to get an answer to, but it is definitely one worth asking. Would I be able to tell if the light is Apollyon generated just from its visual appearance?
You saw Apollyon once and he disappeared while you were getting stabbed. No, you can't.
That's why I wanted to ask. Okay, well, follow-up question. Are you guys actively behind me right now? Or are
Yeah.
you waiting for me? Okay. I'm gonna hold up a finger when I see this. I want to go and stealthily look around that corner.
You want to walk to the end of the hallway and look around that corner?
To the one that has light. Yeah, I actively do want to do this sneakily, but yes.
Sneakily. Okay.
I want to
Um,
sneak it.
Roll me a stealth check.
I did assume. That's an 8. Did not get
That is
a good
that is
roll.
an 8.
I did not get a good roll.
No, you did not.
Oh boy.
You take one step. You don't like make it to the end of the hallway. You take one step down the hallway, and you feel your foot compress down on the block in front of you.
False sense of security, you bastard.
But nothing happens.
Can we reasonably say that I stop my approach the second I feel
Yeah.
that? Okay, good.
Your foot sinks in on the thing. I'm assuming you stop, but
Yes, okay.
nothing happens when your foot sinks in.
Nothing happened. Okay,
We
nothing.
don't hear like
Do not-
the shifting of stone on stone or anything.
Nope.
Change in the light.
Nothing happens.
His foot, I now, just so we're picturing this, he steps on it, he freezes, he has not taken pressure off the plate.
I
Yeah.
Correct.
step on it and I am not moving. I am going to then I am going to sort of Indiana Jones idol swap with my foot and my own mage hand. I'm going to continue pressure on it, take my foot off, and step back. And then turn around and whispers, "You know how there haven't been any traps in the floor?
Yeah.
There's traps in the floor.
Interesting.
I got my wizard fingers on it, but I don't know if we
Can you all give me a perception check since you're all looking down this hallway?
I don't want to do that.
17.
I got an 8, which is reasonable considering that my attention
Yeah.
is probably occupied with,
I don't know
with
where
this.
it went. Oh, there it is.
I got a 17.
I got a 19.
19. Okay. Since both of you are looking down the hallway, and I'm assuming Otaria is looking at his foot.
Yeah.
You can look down the hallway and realize the entire span of the hallway on both sides of the walls. There are arrows stuck in both sides of the walls.
Okay.
All the way
Okay.
down.
So
This
do
is just Panda baiting us with already done traps,
so what that
waiting for
that
the
trap
one
was
that
already
didn't get
tripped essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
I think we should still get Otaria out of the danger zone.
What
I will
danger
also
zone?
say
What
if you
danger zone?
look behind you, it's the same behind you as well. That there are arrows stuck in both sides of the walls, going down the other side of the hallway.
We all get out of the danger zone, either through the hallway or back the way whence we came.
Back first.
And we take the pressure off just to see if that is, in fact,
Yes.
the case.
Just to be extra sure.
Maybe
could
they
have-
were better at keeping up their arrows than they were their snakes, you know? There's a chance.
Yeah, I'll back up and then release my hold on the thing.
All right. You release your hold on a thing. You hear. and then nothing happens.
Well, better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Let's just keep moving. And it seems like when we investigate, it seems like these traps have all been triggered recently.
Oh yeah, we might be able to find that from the arrows.
Give me another investigation check.
Actually, I don't know if this would help. If it helps, I will mage hand to pluck an arrow out of the wall and like bring it so we can inspect it closer. If that gives us any bonuses to that.
Yeah. Do I get advantage since it's now closer?
If he's gonna bring it closer to him,
I'll just grab an arrow and bring it so we can look at it.
Oh, okay.
Right in front.
The arrow itself is remarkably old. Again, most of you haven't even really seen old world arrows. But it's covered in stone dust from the wall. Not rot or moss or vines or bugs. It's covered in stone, meaning that it's hit the wall recently.
This is very annoying. I hope you know.
This is I love it because it's just every trap is done, but the one time we stopped it won't be.
No, what's stressing me out is then who the fuck is tripping it?
Yeah, pretty bad omen that we've been outpaced here.
Okay.
But it's probably not Apollyon unless he puts his scrolls somewhere else. Unless he technically a bag of holding is a different plane, so if he has a bag of holding, we won't be able to detect his scrolls if he has them.
And the light at the end of this hallway is not made by fire, right? I can tell that.
It is not the same orange as the rest of the fire that you have seen. No.
I am going to, if it's cool with everyone else, try to stealth down the hallway again, but now knowing that there are pressure plates, to avoid making any more clicking sounds, I am going to do the thing I did at the beginning again, where I mage hand before I step, just very lightly, so that I don't step on any pressure plates.
I could just ritual cast silence.
That would also work.
I can hear you guys. I'm going to be right back. Describe the silence works. You guys can walk down the thing.
I forgot you could do that.
As you continue. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to ritual cast silence so they can't hear footsteps. We can jump, we can leap, we can do anything in the silence and they can't hear.
Oh, very good. I do believe there are slight signs that we may have been outpaced.
I would think
2 hours
a little
ago.
bit, yeah, but the scroll's still here, which is weird.
And on that, I'd like to use Primeval Awareness. I expend a spell slot and run a check for within a mile of us. Here is the list of creatures, Panda.
Okay, and he's not here.
No, he got back.
He's not
here.
He's back, okay.
Yeah, he's back. Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead.
Okay, and you're trying to sense if...
I'm trying to sense if they're within 1 mile. It does not give exact location or number, but if there is any of them within a mile, I will know.
You expended a spell slot for that?
Yes.
Yeah, there's something.
Oh, there's something.
Does it tell you the type?
It should, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't tell it doesn't say whether it says a type. I would think it would.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
There are 2 celestials within a mile of you.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
2.
Oh
okay.
no, that's. Ooh.
Yeah, okay. It's at this point that I have to bring something up that we haven't brought up yet, and there are 7 scrolls.
Yeah.
4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but it has been explicitly confirmed in this episode that they go into the scrolls. So presumably there are maybe 7, and Panda's very subtle, smug expression is okay.
I just assumed it was. What are the evil things that were in Full Metal Alchemist? The homunculi were greed.
Oh, the 7
deadly
sins.
Yeah.
I think it's I felt like it was a cross between the 2.
Oh well, Antichrist would make sense for that if we're going down that route of aesthetics and whatnot. But from the party's perspectives, they just see Bo tense up. Oh, that's interesting.
Good interesting or bad interesting?
There are two celestials within a mile of our location.
Bad interesting then.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. So let's keep moving, gang. With that information in mind.
With that information in mind, I don't know if I'll still stealth. I guess I probably have to stealth check to like look around the corner. But we are in silence. I'm still gonna do my original plan.
Okay. You're at the end of the hallway. You're gonna look around the corner.
Yeah, I want to see what's making that light.
Gotcha. Yeah, give me a stealth check.
Cool. That one is going to be a 16, and I guess I'm within the silent zone still. So hopefully that's good.
Yeah. That is very good. You look around the corner and there he is. He is standing with his back to you, wings outspread, and you are seeing a container be lowered from what seems like a locked position in the ceiling, as he is staring up looking at it. Gigi, that box has the scroll in it.
Okay.
Let me narrate for you guys what the other people see in this moment. You see Nataria, Rand, walk down, stealthily peek around this hallway, still in the silence zone, pull back, stand up straight, and just walk past you out of the hallway.
Bo is gonna rush to see what the fuck he saw.
Can you give me a stealth check?
I can do that. That was... let me pull up my stealth.
Silent zone, please save us.
That was a 5.
You're in the silence. He can't hear you. He can't hear you.
It was a 5.
You're right, but he sure can see you.
Oh, wait. You should still have the fucking thing. The thing that's the enhanced ability.
Oh, the
You should
cat's
have
grace.
Advantage for dexterity checks.
Oh, shit. Is it allowed, Panda? Is this
Yeah, sure, why not?
official ruling? Okay, cool. All right. Nah.
Fuck
that
me.
was a 6. That was
Okay.
a 6.
Yet you rush to look around the corner too fast and fall down. He does not hear you, but a pink Bo Peep in a hoop skirt falling down in a hallway is pretty... you can see that.
Just
you see...
such a good scene.
Even though he is looking up within a blink of an eye, horror movie speed, his head is to the side, and you can see the black star on his face sees you. And Otaria, from the end of the hallway, you feel what is essentially your mage hand push everything in the hallway into the room that he is in. Which includes all three of you, as it grabs all of you and pulls you into the room.
Damn it.
He grabs the box and turns around, and as he is staring at all of you, you see his shoulders slump, and even though he has no face, you can kind of, in your soul, you feel ashamed and disappointed. And all you hear from every angle around you, from the most comforting voice you've ever heard, just says, "I thought so much more of you." And in a blaring flash of light, he disappears with the scroll, and you hear, down the hallway, 1,000 gears and stones start to rumble and turn, and you hear things that sound like sounds being played in reverse as things fall back into themselves, and all of the torches go out. And that's where we're going to take our bathroom break.
Okay.
I anticipated this. I knew this was gonna happen. That's why I explicitly was using my hand to check for the positions of the booby traps on the floor. Ha! All right. Whew. Okay. We'll see if I can actually pull that off when we come back, I guess.
Fingers crossed. Let's hope your map was accurate.
I made the map. I was checking with my hand.
So that's why you did all the man.
Yep.
All right. Okay.
All right.
All right. We will be back in a minute. We are going to go take a bathroom break real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see you soon. All right. Peace. All right. And we are back. Hopefully we were not gone too long. Now we're going to see if you guys can get the fuck out of here. The last thing that happened is Apollyon vanished with the scroll in a burst of light, and every single torch in the entire building went out, and you heard 1,000 noises of clicking and whirring and stone grinding together and metal switches being flipped all happen as soon as the light blared down.
Well, to be honest, I think we should have kind of seen that coming.
Run!
Don't run! Don't run through the pitch black booby trap hallways! Are you nuts?
Well, then lead the way swiftly.
I am gonna lead the way. Look, I know y'all aren't really trusting in my abilities right now, which is understandable, but surprisingly, this sort of thing is my element, so I will do my damnedest to get us out of here. At least he's gone,
cast
right?
light. I at least cast light to give us some view.
How big is the radius on that?
20 feet radius.
Alright.
I think it like casts dim light. It's like bright light for 20 feet and then dim light for another 20. But I have to read the spell again. I rarely use it because I mostly play creatures with dark vision. I'm like, this is a fucking useless spell. Yeah, it is bright light for 20 foot and then, huh?
All right. Being able to actively see isn't going to do as much as as you would probably assume. So, or at least being able to see far. You are in a pretty tight dungeon.
Don't worry,
It's a
I got
cantrip.
this.
It doesn't hurt.
Okay. So, you have 40 feet of shitty vision and 20 feet of really good vision. For how far you're going to be going. So, what's the play?
Okay, I have something that I want to immediately check.
Okay.
Something that, this is kind of, so, maybe, Occam's razor, I gotta try the simplest thing first. And I'm gonna do this in normal voice so I don't have to worry about the actor, but I am pitching this idea to you guys. With the arrow trap especially, do we think it's repeatable? If I just activate the trap from the hallway, which I can do, like, I can just tap it a couple times to see if it runs out of arrows.
Because these are not player characters, these are not infinite arrows.
Well, wait, what do you mean? Because huh?
Because you know when like you play a character that's like an archer, you never have to count your arrows.
Well,
You just always have arrows.
technically Apollyon was a player character for half this.
Also, he's a god.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, like, he is a
He could have
god.
done some fuckery. I mean,
He
not
created
really,
wood.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to look for like the end of the arrow hallway. If I have like the safe zone for arrows, and then I'm going to use my mage hand to, from a safe distance, feel around until I get to one of the pressure plates, hit it. The other thing that I want to do, though, this is Ataria being a sneaky boy. As I am pushing down on the plate, I specifically want to look for how much pressure I can apply to one before it activates, which I know is a very specific thing, but like I want to be able to, like, if I just like touch it and it activates immediately, that's different from like I can push it down a little bit to see where they are. You kind of know what I'm going for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Give me. Are you doing this on the one closest to you right now?
I am standing outside of the hallway, but yeah, and then I'll just activate the closest plate just to see what happens.
Roll me an investigation check.
An investigation check. That's a nat one. Where's that guy that gave me these dice?
Yeah.
Wow.
You
Get
smack
outta
this
here.
plate so hard it breaks. You tried to push it, the plate breaks, and the arrow that you were trying to shoot from, it just keeps firing.
It loops.
There is some sort of
It's a okay.
there is some sort of magic bag of holding of arrows.
The other
behind
thing
this
I was
one.
considering. It's only firing one arrow though.
One arrow, about mid body for like a normal sized human. Infinite stream of arrows.
Okay.
So they're just like splattering into the wall?
Yeah, they're just
Wait.
stabbing into roughly the same spot.
Do they vanish afterwards, or is it like a stacking pile?
Yeah.
There is a stacking pile of arrows, but it's not firing fast enough to be like a laser. It's so there's like 8, 9 broken arrows.
Hey, well, that was not at all what I was expecting to happen there.
I mean, it might be cool to have wood going to the surface, but there's not wood there anymore.
That is an excellent point, actually, Gigi.
It's
but
kind of splintering. It's not useful anymore.
I think it's still a novelty to have, okay? Okay, voice in the sky.
I have now figured out one of the things I was trying to figure out. I am going to find the next plate, again, with my mage hand, safe distance, and I'm going to push down on it again. However, this time I am not trying to activate it. I am explicitly trying to just see, can I tap it just slightly enough to find out that it is a plate without activating it? If tapping it activates it, oh well, but that's what I want to figure out.
Give me an investigation check.
Investigation. 3.
You have 2 infinitely shooting arrow holes now.
I'm gonna stop doing that.
All right, we're gonna have you stop touching things, actually.
The good news here for me at least is that I did say when we were going down this hallway the first time that I was checking for the plates with my hand. So
You were.
So
I will give you advantage on like trying to get your way across.
Okay.
Because you were looking.
Yeah. What role is it to get across?
That's a great question. I'm trying to go if I want it to be stealth or acrobatics.
I feel like
to try and get across.
I feel like, I mean, I'm very good at acrobatics, so don't let my biased opinion. But I feel like acrobatics does make more sense. But again,
yeah, you're
biased,
not trying to be
so.
sneaky. You're trying to get through the thing.
Speed
It's an
is
acrobatics check.
all right. And I have advantage on it.
You have advantage.
Yeah,
I will say, Gigi and Bo, before he goes, are you going to be watching him to see which plates he steps on?
I was just about to turn around and tell them to watch.
Yeah,
I'm going to need
watch
you
the
both.
cannon fodder do his cannon fodder thing.
Yeah. I'm going to need you both to roll me an investigation check to see how well you remember the plates he steps on.
Well, let's see if I even get across first.
Alrighty then.
Okay, so should I go and make my check now? I guess.
Yep.
All
With
right.
advantage. Go ahead.
All right.
All right. I think I'm gonna make it. Oh dear Lord, I'm gonna make it. So since Nataria knows, Nataria kind of goes, "Look, I know y'all don't trust me right now, but when I tell you that this is my element, watch and see." And then I get a 31.
Holy fucking God, man. Jesus.
I have a plus 12 to acrobatics.
All right.
Since we were entranced by that, do we get advantage?
He did it with absolute fucking precision. I'm leaving it to the dice rolls to tell me how well you guys actually watched that.
Like, oh God. Okay, come on. I fucking hate these dice. I fucking hate these dice. I add a +7 to this. That's an 11.
I got a nat 20.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
you make it across perfectly. You were
Can I-
watching it exactly. You do it perfectly.
Can I lead Gigi through it, please, on a nut?
I mean, I'm trying to.
Do you want to try and carry her across? She is an elf. She's probably light.
I am a 6-foot tall elf. Unless,
oh, never
like,
mind.
unless,
I mean, like a fireman's carry, I could probably do.
are you a strong dwarf?
My strength is 14.
You are
I have a plus 2.
notably
strength. I'm
stronger than I
moderately-
am.
notably stronger than
you are the
So I would
strongest in the
say-
party.
You got a nat 20. You're going to make it across. Give me a strength check to see how well you carry Gigi across.
Am I like mage hand help this at all? I don't think it can.
I got a 9 on the strength.
Gigi, you are wearing armor, so they do carry you, but you do get like dinked by like 2 arrows.
I'm wearing
as you
leather
try-
armor. I'm not that heavy.
And you're 6 feet tall, and she's a dwarf.
They got a 9. I'm saying that as you were walking through, they like leaned back a little too far
yeah.
and you got hit. So like, take like 3 damage and you should be fine.
All right. Ow! Ow!
Sorry.
Oh.
Can I say that at least one of them stuck in my arm, so now I have a wooden arrow?
Sure, it's still
Yeah.
old as sin. This
Hell
is
yeah.
this is a bag of holding of very, very old brittle arrows. This is like good for firewood and that's it.
Now if my
Listen, wood is a novelty. This is gonna come in handy later.
So, you guys make it through the hallway. You said you stop everybody the second that you get through the arrows. If you do that, I will explain what you are looking at right now. You are standing fairly close together. In front of you, there is a hallway that goes down, and to the right, there is a hallway to the left of you, and there is a doorway to the right of you.
Okay, so you said I'm sorry. I was looking at the chat to make sure everyone's up. Can you say that one more time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Where you are standing right now, there is a hallway to the left of you
Yes.
that arches back.
Okay.
There is a hallway in front of you that goes to the right, and there is a doorway to the right of you that goes out that way. You can't see very far outside of that, even with the light.
A hallway in front of us that goes to so there's 2 that ultimately go to the right.
Yes, there is the door to the right that goes to the right, and there's a hallway in front of you that goes forward and then to the right.
Okay. I believe that we need to turn, and I'll say this in character mode because I got the map. All right, if I marked all this down correctly, as counterintuitive as it might sound, we got to go to the right because that's going to take us back to the room with the ants in it, which is not something I ever thought I'd want to say is a good thing. But I admit, I don't know if we got to go down this one here or down that way and then to the right. I think we got to turn right here, and that will be the ants. So I guess that's what I'm going to do.
When did you have the time to drop? Okay.
This is look, I'm a con man, I'm a grifter, I've gotten myself into and out of a bunch of stupid situations in the past.
You think it's the far door? Because the far door sounds correct.
No, I think it's this one. Because remember, we went through, after we got out of the room with the ants, we got a crossroads, and we went to the left because we wanted to loop around and do the spiral. So I think it's this one. It could be that one down there and to the right, but I think we got to turn right here. It's definitely not to the left, I can tell you that.
It's your intuition.
It's not as much intuition as much as it is the map that I wrote, but maybe the map's wrong.
I mean, I don't have a map, so I have to go with your intuition, unfortunately.
Everyone was
Agreed.
being so rude to me when we went into this mine. Now look where we're at. Yeah, I'm gonna turn right and slowly. I'm gonna go down. I'm specifically looking at the ground though for ants. That is my main concern.
Gotcha. So you go to the right, and as you approach the room, you do in fact see ants on the ground.
Are they alive?
However,
Yeah.
they are moving. You can hear them moving. And I will also say, there is no path anymore.
What do you...
How big is this room?
It's a great question.
It will matter. So
It is about a 50-foot by 30-foot room.
50 foot by 30 foot which way? Like if we're going across to the other side.
50 wide, 30 long. And remember, it was an S path
So 30
to get to where you are.
Okay, I'm sorry. When you say wide and long, how far am I going to have to go to get to? Because I know the door that we came
get
out
to
of
the
is
opposite
across.
wall?
Yeah,
To get to the opposite wall, it's 30 feet.
30 feet.
And there are fire ants from where you are standing right now to the other side of the wall. There is no path.
Are we ready for me to do something a little bit dumb here?
Before you do, am I able to does speak with animals work for bugs as well, or because there's no speak with bugs spell in D&D?
There's a lot of fucking bugs. I mean,
So I'm going to assume I can talk to at least one of them.
you can speak to a single fire ant, yes.
Yes, hello.
You hear the same static in its brain that you heard with the rat.
God damn, it's under the control of what the fuck is his name again? Apollyon?
Gigi, are you talking to an ant?
Yes, of course. If I could have just asked them.
Of course.
Yes.
Oh, forgive me for not assuming that. Okay.
Yeah, I could have just asked them to please move out of the way, but
I'm sorry to do this to your new ant buddy.
Well, he didn't speak
I'm just
back.
gonna cast magnify gravity in the center of the room. They're ants.
Can you make... Is magnify gravity that wide of a spell?
10 foot by 10 foot. I can cover most of it, and I can just... I don't believe it's even concentration.
Okay, so a 10 foot by 10 foot square in the center of the room. Are you talking directly in front of you, or are you talking in the center of the room?
It does take an action to do. So my stupid plan is to just cast magnify gravity on halfway, because again, it's not concentration. So I kind of want to cast magnify gravity, have everybody run halfway, cast it again, overlapping, so we're not in Ant Town, and then.
All right.
This is just...
I will say it's 30 feet to the other wall. The door's not directly in front of you.
Yes, it is slightly to the right.
Other side of the room.
It is slightly to the right. I know this. I wrote this down. I do have to decide how. I just want to note this. Because someone in chat said, ants are barely affected by gravity because they're so strong. That's a good point. Magnify gravity does do damage. So
he's crushing them.
Yeah,
he's putting he's using mage hand.
Even if they get a success, and this is kind of like Panda's ruling, so you don't have to answer because that would be metagaming. But again, talking to the other cast members. Even if the ants made a successful con save, they would still take half of D2 force damage. Or not 2D8 force damage. And I don't think ants are going to have a lot of health. So it is splat.
They're bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have to be fast if I make this work. But is everyone okay with that?
I mean, yes, it seems like they're undead or something like that. One thing, before we do proceed, we are under the impression that I almost called him Astarion. Apollyon. Apollyon's power is that he can unmake the world, which we kind of saw by how he was able to unmake all of the traps prior, but it seems like he can also remake the world. If he can redo all these traps and bring back to life these dead ants and more than likely bring back to life all the skeletal snakes.
I mean, there does seem to be some sort of... I mean, y'all heard that clicking. It was like some sort of... He reset all he's reset time in some sense. I don't know if it was... I mean, there was dead ants there. Now they're live ants, and then there were machines that had been spent, and then the machines are back. I don't know, scientist.
But even if he can turn back time, can't he turn back time on the world?
I think if he could turn back time on the whole world, at least without the power of all his scrolls, probably would have done that.
Probably can't.
I'm going to assume, possibly incorrectly, I'm going to assume he gets stronger with every scroll he gets. That just seems reasonable. So maybe he's not at that level. Gigi, you're raising some excellent points. Can we not be near the billions of fire ants when we were discussing this?
Yes, it's just scratching at my brain why if it seems like he can redo
Nope.
things, why he's so hell bent on undoing everything.
Well, these ants are scratching at my toes, so
Understood.
can we...
Just having this logistics conversation as like we're like shuffling through ants foot
Yeah.
by foot.
Oh, to be clear, we cannot shuffle. We have to go when I do that. I'm
Yeah.
Run.
To reiterate, because I'm using this spell in kind of a
Okay.
janky, but I believe mechanically allowed way. This is
I
a
also
one-action
want to say
spell.
when we were first in this room, when Panda described the salted ants, I was just like, that kind of sounds delicious, but I didn't eat any of them.
Why do you have
the
to clarify
fuck?
you didn't eat any of them?
I'm sorry, it's like ants are delicacies in some countries, and the salted ants sounded delicious.
Bro, I didn't think you ate them.
Yeah,
I
was,
didn't.
Even by that statement.
I wanted to, but I didn't.
You want me
Okay,
to scoop
continue.
some up
We can
for you
push the ants
now?
now.
Okay, well,
Step 5. Salted ants.
Eat the ants. Eat the ants.
okay. So here's what I'm doing. I've got the gravity at a 10-foot radius, so 20 feet, centered on a point you can see within range, increases for a moment. It is 1 round duration, so about 6 seconds. Not concentration. I'm going to cast that about like 10 feet out. Actually, yeah, exactly 10 feet out from where we are. We as a group are going to sprint to the end of that radius, at which point I am going to cast it about 20 feet into the room so that there is an overlapping zone as we run, and then we are going to go. We have to go slightly to the right, which I am acknowledging in my positioning of these zones. Everyone okay with that?
I'm following these instructions because it's better you die than either of us.
And y'all say I'm not the leader.
Before you take the first step, Otaria, can you give me a perception?
Okay.
I don't know how.
You don't know what?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. That's a 9.
That's
Why am I
not
still
good.
doing the voice?
Okay. It's pretty dim, but on the wall opposite you, you remember that there's 2 doors,
Yes.
and you can see one, and farther down you can see another one.
Yes.
I just want you to remember that before you make this.
There are
action.
2. I know from my map. When I said we need to go to the right, I'm saying the door on our right, because I remember when I was making this map, we came out of a door and there was a door next to us on the right,
Which we did not come out of.
which we did not go to. There was a door next to us, parallel on the right, and on our right. So we go across. So now we need to go to the door on the right side of us, on our right, I think.
Okay.
Apparently my audio is
one-
echoing, and I don't know why. Continue. I'll try to fix that.
That one that is like hazy in your vision is on the far. It's like 50 feet down side of the room.
Of course it is.
I remember there was this S path. Is that relevant?
It's gone.
Oh wait, okay. When you say it's gone, do you mean it is gone or it is likely
The
obscured
ants have
by
filled
ants?
the room. The ants have filled the room. Beforehand it seemed like the salt path was keeping them behind it, and now they are completely in the room. You cannot see the salt path, and if it is there, it's not doing what it was supposed to be doing before.
Okay, well, in the spirit of getting information, I'm gonna just cast Gust in the room and try to clear the ants off the center so we can see if the path is even still present.
It is not.
Oh, maybe my echo is okay. It's not present at all. Interesting.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
If you want to roll me an investigation check, you got to get a really fucking high number. But I'll tell you something.
I don't have any bonuses, but I might as well.
So-
10, yeah.
I can sort of do
No,
this
you don't.
thing, but no one's going to judge me for it. Yes.
I've judged you for worse, I'm sure.
All right.
These are desperate times, please.
So I'm going to like step forward, like at the edge of the ants, and this is a 30-foot cone. Each creature
Okay.
must succeed a wisdom saving throw, or drop whatever it's holding, and become frightened for the duration. I'm assuming these ants don't have high wisdom because they're ants.
No.
I'm going to say that like a sort of like a holographic, horrific, truly horrifying creature stands before us, and I cast fear in a 30-foot cone.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it's a DC 14 wisdom saving throw.
I can guarantee that a group of ants is not making a DC 14 saving
Exactly.
throw,
So they should. They have to dash as far away from me as possible.
They can't leave the room, but they are like crawling up the walls now, if that feels better.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Well done, GG.
Yes, thank you.
That is quite the creation. That is psychologically revealing. Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. As you said, we'll take it.
We shouldn't be surprised by the woman who is carrying her parents' teeth.
Rand, I don't recall when you earned the right to be catty.
I could make a
my
lot of
gosh.
jokes about that, and I'm going to restrain myself.
Okay. As you walk through the room, I'm assuming that you keep this thing up
Yes.
as you're walking.
It's like
right?
this
Okay.
fear phantasmal creature thing in the
Got it.
center. It's like partying
so
like the Red
as-
Sea. Red Sea of ants.
Yeah, they are like going up the walls and everything. They can't leave the room, but you can see that they are trying to get away from you. So you make it to the other wall. You walk down to the side of the room, looking at the two doors. Which one do you go into?
One on the right. That's when we came
One
in.
on the right. Okay.
I mean, I guess to be like extra sure, looking down, that's the one that curves off to the right. Because if I remember correctly, they both curved off.
Yes.
Then yes.
If you look down the hallway, you can see very faintly in the back that it seems to go to the right.
This is all assuming, of course, that our good friend did not sort of restructure the inner workings of this maze. But if that is the case, we're screwed anyway. So we might as well operate on this.
I mean, I think it's a pretty good guess that he didn't, because it seems like he can only poof to places he's been before and has control over. So
It's a hell of an assumption.
Yeah, it is a bit of an
I
assumption.
mean,
but
if he can poof, why didn't he just poof?
You've seen this guy twice. What are you talking
The
about?
reason why I'm assuming he can't just poof anywhere, because if he could, he would have just poofed to the center of the maze and wouldn't even had to trip anything.
There were two Celestials.
I'm thinking that death is
there
the other
were
one.
two Celestials. Well, let's certainly hope.
Let's hope that our friend Dormy is just keeping an eye on us.
I'm sure she's probably waiting outside the mine to chastise us for not getting the other scroll. So
Hmm.
Well, I don't know what we were supposed to do in this situation, so shall we move on? We've got a room up here, and then there's the room with the snakes, and then there's...
And may I just say that at least Apollyon helped to get the other two scrolls. Just saying.
You really do not like her, do you?
I just think that she should be using her power differently. She's very talented, it would seem. It's just not really applying her skills that would, in a way that would benefit us and her.
Whatever. I don't know. She has a cool gun. I have a soft spot for a cool gun. That's all.
Soft spot
you're
for a cool gun? Is that it?
Hey, Bo,
This-
Apollyon also has a cool gun. Happens to be your gun.
It happens
So,
to be my gun. He
Can
stole.
we get
from
out of
me.
here?
Let's go.
All right. So, you go down the, you go through the door on the right, and because you have light, you can see that this is a very long hallway, but you can't really see the end of it because of how shallow the light source is.
Yeah,
So-
here's an issue. I know there's a room. I have this marked where there's a room here, and then there's the snake room. I did not put down any notes as to what was in this room, and I don't remember. So
I thought it was just an empty hallway, wasn't it?
Yeah,
there
it was just normal.
yeah. Which makes me very suspicious because that probably means there was a trap that we just didn't find.
We didn't see anything in the walls. We tried the floor. The ceiling? Can I run a perception on the
Well,
ceiling? I think that's the one thing.
Are we in the
didn't look
hallway or
at.
going through the other room first?
It was just the hall. You walked from the ant room into
I
the
remember
hallway.
what was in this
Okay, so
hallway.
we're in the
This
hallway
hallway
first.
was like there was a fire at one end of the hall, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Because this is the torch we blew out.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
So I cast light in this room.
Probably something that Panda was teeing up to be dramatic later when it turned dark, and then we just did that.
You just did that for yourself. It
Yeah,
was
we did it
perfect.
ourselves.
So I cast
Where I'm
light.
like, wow,
where
that's a
the
bold
light
choice.
source
What the fuck?
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna start scanning the walls, ceiling, everything, floor. I guess I should just say if I'm saying everything, with my mage hand. I'm looking for plates and also any sort of holes or openings that bad things could come out of to kill us.
Okay. As you are walking, you're not feeling anything.
Good.
Okay. Can I just run a perception on the ceiling specifically? I think that's the one thing we didn't harp on when we came through this room.
Yeah.
Sure, you can run the perception on the ceiling.
That's a 21.
21. You don't see anything on the ceiling. It's an arched ceiling for a walkway, but it's a stone walkway.
Okay, I feel like this room was made to fuck with us. Like, by the people who made it. Just psychological tests.
Can everybody give me a perception check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nat 20.
A dirty
Somehow.
20.
Okay. Y'all have been walking for a while.
Oh my god, is this one of those never-ending hallways? I hate this.
Super Mario 64 stair. No.
Okay. Immediate
What do
thing
I
that-
have to roll for Bo to do a backwards long jump now?
How do I speed run out of this room? Can I climb through the
I
wall?
literally just want to say, when we first walked down this hallway, I'm like, I bet it's one of those stupid ass never-ending
the same
hallways.
thought, like,
But then it did
couldn't
end,
say
and I was
it.
like, well, I guess not.
Okay. I want to take my mage hand, send it as far as I can, which I believe is only about 30 feet, and I want to like knock on the wall and see if I can get any sense of like, is my mage hand actually going that far? Like, how is this?
Okay. You send the mage hand out. It goes the 30 feet, and it knocks on the wall. And does it keep knocking? Is that what you're doing? Just consistently?
Right now in the same spot. What I was gonna say as a follow-up is I want to then approach the hand and see like, basically, can I lock that distance down to like normal space if I send my hand out 30 feet and then go up to that? If that makes any sense?
You send your hand out, and the 30 feet, it goes, but it's out of sight, and you hear it knocking, but it's not... You're not getting any closer.
Even if we close our eyes and walk
Interesting.
forward.
Okay.
Even if you close your eyes and walk forward.
That's interesting
it's not-
because that means my hand is not caught in this little loop. Which I don't know how that helps us, but it's information.
How could this...
All right. I have no spells that can help us here, so...
I have no
Any-
spells at all.
I mean, I
Maybe we'll
have
just make a nice campfire with the one arrow we have.
Okay, I'm gonna try the stupid thing. Now, see, okay, the one good thing that we do have here is I'm gonna keep using my hand, knocking on the wall as a marker, right? Because the best thing that we have here is that can tell us if this is working. That if right now I'm not moving, that will let us know if it's working. Everybody, turn around, look back the other way. If everybody does that, I'm going to walk backwards. Do I get closer to the hand?
No.
Damn. Thought that was a
If
good
I
idea.
if I cancel light and we walk, do we get closer to the hand?
No.
If
Well, I
I
guess
roll
we'll
a nat
stay here
20
forever.
on this backwards wall jump, will we get will we get closer to the hand?
You're really trying to exploit the code of the game. I got this.
Listen, if you say yes, I'll roll the fucking dice and we'll see if we get anywhere.
I'm not putting a fucking
Okay.
speedrunning
All right,
tactic
we'll
in
just
the
play this
TNT
how I
game.
normally play games. So we tried a bunch of things. If I just Google, how do I get out of this room? Do I
No.
get a hint?
Gigi says, "Hey Siri, what
What do
to?"
I have?
Hey, voice in the sky, can you give us a hint on how to get out of this
in this
room?
guy. Tell you what, if everybody give me a history check.
Oh, okay, I'm good at that. I'll just read it. Hephaestus wrote some tale about getting stuck in a never-ending hallway.
Hephaestus' Guide to
Uh,
Abandoned Towers.
11. I feel like I'm missing something
A
so obvious here.
15. I have a
Okay.
plus 11 to history. I have not
Holy
rolled
God,
over a
Gigi.
9 today.
I also got a 15 on history. I have a +2.
Okay, that's good enough, and I feel like we've hit a wall.
That's a problem. We can't hit the fucking wall.
What's you guys remember? There was something in this hallway that is not there now when you guys were first entering it.
Fire.
There was the torch. Yeah, there was the torch at the end, and I believe that was the only notable thing. Is the torch there? Is the lit at all, or lit or unlit? Is it the torch there?
Is it fastened to the ground? Can we pick up the torch and bring it with us? Is this
The
like
torch is on the wall. It's
Okay.
fastened to the wall, and yes, it is still there.
I don't have anything that can light it. Does anyone
Neither
have
do
anything
I.
that can light it for any? Okay.
Can
I have my arrow! Hold on,
Wait.
I have my arrow. It's
Yeah, we
firewood.
also have guns. We probably have some
Yeah.
way to make a spark if we need to.
Yeah, some gunpowder.
Yeah,
I
what am I
feel
saying?
like Bo would maybe have like a little pouch of gunpowder at the very least in her big old
Let's-
coin
let's-
purse.
Do that. It can't hurt us at the very least.
Okay.
Well, the gunpowder can
Okay.
hurt us. You get what I mean.
All right. So what specifically are you doing?
I would say if it needs help igniting, you can pour a little gunpowder on the torch, and then I don't know if this would be a feasible way, but like there has to be a decently reliable way of making fire in this world. If I would have a flint, then we could hit that against, I mean, Rand's armor, Rand's sword, a gun, make a spark.
I always figured that Bo would have like a flint in her boot, like the heel is like one of those rough things to get fire started.
I mean, I do have, it's cheaper metal than it looks, but I do have metal stuff if we just want to clang things together and try to make a spark. But I would
I
have
do
to take
have
the armor off, but I'm
firewood.
not doing that.
Arrow
I mean,
that
this isn't
fits my
something
shoulder.
explicitly planned for, so I'm not going to say I have anything definitively
Mm-hmm.
until Panda says. So
Yeah, I don't have any spells that
Bo,
would be
give
helpful here.
God, what check would I make you roll for this? Give me a survival check, Bo.
survival check. That's the thing I do. Hang on, let me just check my traits and stuff for any additional survival pluses because Ranger.
I'm a fucking idiot. I have bardic inspiration. I just remembered that.
We fucking kill it, gang. We do I get anything? You would think I would get something for a survival check, but I think that's just like related to certain terrain.
Worst case scenario, as Mike is checking that, and this is gonna be me showing that I don't really know how guns work, but like, if it's a flintlock pistol, can we use just like that, like in a small pile of gunpowder to do like I can just mage hand that from a distance? Like, I would assume that that's how flintlock pistols work, and make a spark that ignites things. We just need to do it safely, which I can do.
Okay, I just have a +3, but okay, let's get the survival check. If I was willing to throw it all on a backwards wall jump, we could do this much more
Yes.
manageable thing. Hey, that's a dirty 20!
Hey!
Okay.
Bo, you know that a very easy way if you're stranded in the middle of the desert and need to make a fire and you have a shit ton of guns on you is take a couple of those shells from your shotgun, get the gunpowder out of that, and then use one of the pistols that you brandish all the time to create a spark with the firing pin to make a fire.
And I relay that, and we do just that.
Yeah.
What the voice in the
Cool.
sky said, I can most assuredly do.
We're hallucinating from lack of oxygen.
Yeah, we're way underground. It's been a while. We don't
Alright,
know
cool.
if those dead snakes were even real.
Yeah.
All right. Just so you can get out of the hallway, I'm gonna say you successfully do that. You pour the gunpowder out, you make the fire.
The voice in the sky is getting tired of this act.
We had like
The good
3
voice in
plans
the
for
sky.
the ants, and then we
He
get
spends 20 minutes in a hallway.
20 minutes in
we
a
spent
hallway.
20 minutes on the hallway both times.
I'm,
Both times.
We spent 20
You've
minutes
set-
here when it wasn't a puzzle.
I'm like tearing
You
up.
set the
sitting in
arrow
this
on-
hallway for like 20 minutes, and like truly we like gave up and was just like, "Hey, how do we get out of here?"
Hey God, help!
Yeah, we asked for divine
okay,
intervention
the arrow-
when the Celestials
the arrow
are
is
literally
on fire.
hunting us.
I have a question for God. What?
Your arrow is on fire.
Oh my god.
What are you doing with it?
We're walking with the torch.
Or lighting the torch or
I
doing
mean,
whatever
yes, that
we can.
works.
There you go. Okay,
Light the
hold on.
torch.
Bo got it.
It is
Bo
a
got
Zelda
it.
puzzle.
Bo
Just
got it.
light the
You
torch.
light the fucking torch, and as you're walking, you approach the torch.
Okay. Okay. Oh, is this like a pass the torch scenario?
Okay, we did
It
it.
was you could only walk down the hallway if the torch is at the end of it.
It was a
That is-
fucking Zelda puzzle and not a good one, not a complicated one, not a memorable one. We're talking fucking Skyward Sword shit. We've been here for 40 minutes total. Fuck.
And the gag is, if I was
I
playing
went
that
to game
game,
design school. I thought the shit would be easy, man.
if I was playing that game, I straight up would have just Googled how to get out of this room. I would not have tried all this.
I thought that this would be the simplest fucking puzzle where they're like, oh, they blew the torch out when they walked in.
No.
Obviously, just light the torch.
Step 5, ask God.
Because I cast light. I cast light on the torch and nothing happened. I was like, well, okay, I guess that's it.
Well,
You didn't cast light on the torch. You cast light where you were standing.
No,
That's why you
I
can
cast
see.
light on the torch.
light that doesn't literally
light
light the
fire?
fire. No, that doesn't.
It
it's
doesn't
just,
light the fire.
gets
It just
light.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
like
glows.
makes it a light
You have-
source.
No,
I just
you need
like,
to light
oh, if
the
it's gonna work,
torch.
it'll work.
We're dumb, and we still gotta get through the
It doesn't
snake puzzle. We
magically
got
work if you want a
another puzzle
flashlight.
to get through. We
We
gotta
should
do the
just jump
snakes.
over the snake shit. We should just
I
jump
can
over
jump
it.
over.
Call
I
it a
can
day.
maybe jump over the
Okay.
snakes.
You successfully make it to the end of the hallway to the torch after like 3 fucking days of trying to light the damn thing. You round the corner, and what do you do now?
I'm gonna go to the edge of this hallway where I like to the edge of the snake pit.
Okay, wait, hold on. Remember how you exited the room. How do you get to the snake pit?
Wait,
Didn't
remember
we take
how?
a left turn? We took a left turn
Oh,
into,
was there
into this room.
different
didn't we?
hallways of?
Remember, you are now at the end of the hallway that has the torch on it.
Oh, we turn right.
In front of you, there is a hallway that goes all the way down. There is a turn out of there that turns left.
Wait, hold on. There's a turnout that turns left?
From your perception, yes.
Oh, no, never mind. I think I got, okay. Shoot, maybe I did draw this wrong. I mean, I'm just gonna go down carefully feeling for traps again. And then when I get to a larger room, I'm gonna stop.
Okay.
Because I don't... Tell me when I get to a
was-
crossroads, but...
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. When I originally designed this, I was like, I'll do 2 versions of this torch puzzle in the hallway. I'm not doing that anymore. You feel your way out, and you get to the end of the hall.
I hope you're ready to be here for another 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm like, I had a different version of this in mind for when you get to this hallway, and I was like,
I was wondering what the empty
never
one
mind.
was for.
God,
Hey, we got there. We got
God's
there.
eyes just starting from us struggling with this and then to a difficulty slider in the sky, like,
Apollyon's actively flying away like, damn, that shit was easy. They've been in there for a while. Okay. You make it to the end of the hallway. Looking left. Again, the room is fucking dark.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I mean, I'm looking down. This is the snake pit, right?
You are looking to the left, and to the left of you, you can see a stone podium, and for about 30 feet in front of that, there is more stone.
And then it drops off. Okay. I want to look at this podium, because that was one thing that we did not investigate on the way up here. And that is probably going to be relevant, because there's 2 things in this room. There's the snakes, and there's the boulder. Actually, question that I feel like I should ask, is the bridge still there?
Yes.
Good. That's good. I was thinking the answer to that might be no, but I prefer yes. I want to investigate this podium. Is there anything on it? Like either like physically on it, or is there like writing? Are there buttons?
Are you standing back, or are you like walking up to it?
I am going to. How far out is it from me?
The podium itself is like 20 feet in front of you.
I'm gonna mage hand the ground around it, looking for traps and stuff first.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
All right. Not great at those. 3.
You don't find anything.
I'm going to then mage hand the podium itself, looking for any sort of buttons or mechanisms.
Give me another investigation
I
check.
did figure. That's a 19.
Okay, you don't find anything.
I'm going to respect the low roll, and I'm going to walk up to it.
Okay.
The low roll, that was a 19.
No. The 3 for the floor. The 3 for the floor.
Okay.
Okay. As you walk up to it, as soon as you get within touching distance of it, you feel the ground beneath you.
God damn it!
Well,
It's only about an inch or
Is
2, but
anything-
you did.
Same shit as last time. Mage hand on the ground, keep the pressure, back away.
Actually, give me a dex check.
I'm good at those. Just a flat dex check. Is it a save or save is better? 18.
18. Great. You do successfully avoid the boulder as it falls directly where you were standing.
Whoa.
Crash! I free to just turn around and go, got the boulder. Boulder's gone.
You goosh, and
You know,
it rolls forward.
There's a good chance. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it rolls forward. You hear it hit the other doorway, and you hear the wood strain under its weight, and then you hear 1,000 screaming hisses as it falls into the pit.
I also took care of some of the snakes.
You know, there was a good chance we didn't have to trigger the boulder. We could have just walked across the bridge.
I got the boulder. Boulder's gone.
I was just walking across the bridge like, that is
think we could've
just
just walked across
inhumane
the
and
bridge.
redundant.
It is a thin bridge with no railing that does one person. I need you to give me a acrobatics check going across it.
Of course.
I still have the cat's agility, yes?
I have to recast that. I'm pretty sure it's way past.
Okay.
Oh wait, have we been here an hour?
Fuck, how long do I want to say you guys were fucking around with that hallway?
I feel like reasonably.
No, I would say
you've
been here like 20 minutes.
Okay, then yes.
I would say.
Yeah.
Sick. All right, that's let me make sure I have my acrobatics check right. That's a 21.
21. All right. Gigi?
Acrobatics. That's a 14.
14. Ataria?
All right. 25. We're good.
25. Okay, Bo and Otaria, you successfully make it across with no issues.
Of course.
You are not going to fall, Gigi, but there is a lot of slipping on the way over there, and
Okay.
I need you to make me a dex check because you have slipped on the bridge.
A dex save, you mean?
Dex save, yes.
Okay. All right, that's better. I need to roll above a fucking 10. I have not rolled.
Ah.
How
no.
much of a not 10 was
Oh,
that?
no.
It was exactly a 10. I had a +7 to these rolls, and I rolled a 10 total.
Okay, I was terrified that it was going to be a 1 from that reaction.
You don't fall into the pit, but you are 6 feet tall, and the snakes are very close to your feet as you are hanging off of the bridge.
Oh, Bo, like,
It's
turns
fu-
to Rand, remembers all the shit we said about his strength. Don't worry, Gigi, I got you, I guess.
I am an adventurer. I can get myself out of this. And I try to,
Give
like,
me a,
get back onto the bridge.
give me a strength check.
I will
Strength!
help with mage.
You gotta pull yourself up. You're on a small ass bridge.
Can I give her a help action and, like,
Can I
try to
give
pull her
myself
up as
bardic?
well?
Can you give yourself bardic?
I give myself a pep
Start
talk.
singing. It's just hanging off the side of the bridge. I will try to help with mage hand.
Alright.
Ah!
Oh my god!
I fall into the pit.
What?
What did you roll?
I rolled a 7 on the die, and I got a 9 -1.
Oh my god.
Oh, jeez.
Boy.
I cast Featherfall as a reaction as I fall into this fucking snake pit.
Seeing this, I assume we can see this happening.
Yeah, you can see this acted. She slipped in the and you can
I am going to cast Magnify Gravity, not on Gigi, obviously, but I'm going to cast Magnify Gravity where she is landing so that she does not fall into, like, active snakes. Maybe I can kill some of them or slow some of them down.
All right.
Compress the snakes.
That
I guess
lasts 6 seconds, doesn't it?
better than, I mean, at the very least, it's like,
Okay.
It also does damage. I don't know how much health snakes have. But they have to make a Constitution saving throw. I don't know how you want to rule that. But the damage would be, I rolled 2 1s. 2 damage.
I hate
1
that.
if they pass the save.
What's the save?
All right. Okay.
12.
All right.
I'm not spec for spellcasting.
I think
Okay.
Ataria's not a good character except for the one thing he knows.
I guess
think that was
I
a
can
good
do
time
the
to say.
fear thing again.
You could do the fear.
Okay. I'm gonna give them disadvantage. Okay. All right. You did successfully squish down the snakes for a whole of 2 damage.
If that helps
For
make
6
a better
seconds.
cushion. Well, she cast Featherfall, so I guess it doesn't matter, but they're slightly more hurt. I'd say I could do it again, but then it would also hit Gigi.
Nope, don't do it again. And I'm going to cast fear once again, and I'm going to conjure a very large mongoose.
What is the wisdom save?
14.
Okay. Yep. Big mongoose. That does successfully work for the ones that can see it, but I will remind you that this is a 10-foot deep pool of snakes.
Bo has her shotgun up at this point. She starts blasting at the snake pit as well.
Starts firing in. I don't know how we're gonna get Gigi out of this snake pit, and I do feel
fully
like
don't
this
know
is a
how I'm gonna get out of
situation.
the snake pit.
This is a situation in which we're going to have to probably move fast.
Do we have a rope or something?
My
friend falls in this pit, so I start blasting.
How big is this
So I
room?
start blasting. Let me give that a little bit of a look-see here. Big. It is quite large.
Okay.
It is, width-wise, it is about 80 feet.
Okay,
And-
that's too much for me to...
35
Crush.
feet from one end of the bridge to the other, and then 80 feet on the other distance.
My mage hand is not strong enough to pull somebody up. It can maybe help, but it is not strong enough.
I
am
cannot
not
fight a 10.
Particularly strong.
Do you think if... Alright, here's something stupid. If Rand held Bo by the ankles, how long would a gun have to be for it to be able to reach Gigi to grab onto and then hope try it? Us up. I know this is a big ask,
What?
but like here's the thing.
Otaria, how tall are you?
I'm like 7 to 8 feet. I don't know if we actually
Okay.
got it. Yeah, I'll say 8. I've been
Well,
saying
you're
8.
you're a mountain dwarf. How tall are you?
Between 3 and 4 feet, probably.
I'm gonna high end both of those and say combined, you're about 12 feet if Otari is hanging by his ankles.
Right.
Or his tail, because you are a lion, you have a tail, you can
Do
technically
lions have
do that.
tails? I actually don't even know. Let me Google
Pretty
that.
sure. Yeah,
Lions have tails.
Lions do leonins have
Oh, okay.
tails?
that's a better question. Do you have a rifle on you, Bo?
Yes, they do.
Okay. I'm gonna give you an extra 2 feet and say you're 14 feet long if you're hanging by the tail.
They're not. Maybe I shouldn't say this because this is you're
They're
giving
not
me something.
strong.
They are like. I would not trust the tail that I'm looking at right now to support
12.
the weight of
All right.
3 people.
All right.
You're
then
about
let's-
12, and if he's on his knees, 10. You're about 10 feet long.
Then
How big of a
let's-
rifle do you have?
I'd probably have a pretty big rifle, but I actually want to put a pin in plan Barrel of Monkeys for a second, because if Rand is hanging by his ankles, then he's probably not pulling us up. So
Or he could be on his knee. That's why I was saying you're about 10 feet.
he
if
can
he's
be on his
knees.
knees.
Yeah.
Because I will also throw out that I have an advantage against poison. So if you just want protection from snakes, I could hop in that pit and try to help you out. But then
No,
how
I'd
do
like
we
to
get out?
of the
Gigi.
pit, please. I'd actually like to
Okay.
get out.
Gigi, you landed on the snakes. You got the ones that were currently coming up to you to be pushed away.
I
would
can't
say
talk to these snakes and ask them to not bite me.
no, unless you want to cast that 1,000 times and get static every time.
Okay.
I will say, if you want to Barrel of Monkeys this, you only need to reach down probably around 12 feet, maybe. And with Otaria and Bo connected together and a gun, it would probably be long enough.
But-
I will say that would be long enough.
Yeah, I have rifles that are probably at least 2.5 feet, if not 3 / the size of my body. So
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to raise this point. It is less the reaching that I am worried about as much as it is the pulling up.
Yeah.
right.
That is the bigger issue, I think.
I would counterpoint and say, what the fuck other recourse do we have at the moment?
Look, if I was still... If I was the character that Rand was pretending to be, I have AoE spells that I could jump down and maybe do stuff with. Rand does not. So...
Okay.
Okay, let's...
And I don't
Do you
suppose
wanna-
I could, like, play a lute to get myself out of this. They don't like performances.
I don't think so. No, I don't.
course.
I don't. You you can't snake charmer your way out of the pit of snakes.
Okay. Let me see. Gust, good old Gust, might be able to help. No, it's just 5 feet away from
Okay.
me. So I don't know
If
I
you're
can,
worried about your strength stat, here is a play-by-play that Bo will communicate to the characters.
All right,
Okay.
let's see what we have here.
Crazy thought. Rand, you hold me by my ankles. I will put out my rifle. Gigi, you will climb us like a rope. And all
Absolutely.
we need to do is stay stable.
All right.
That
That's
doesn't
the
seem
plan.
like the
Doable
best.
for everyone's skill sets.
Is this the plan?
That's the plan.
All
It's
right.
a plan,
Let's.
so
It's the only plan.
How
Okay.
fucking mean do I want to be with this?
if
It's whimsical. We're doing
It's
a
whimsical.
barrel of monkeys. It's
Yeah.
whimsical. It's
Good
fun.
idea. No, okay, I know we probably failed that. Okay, yeah, you guys, Otaria, you grab Bo by the
Right.
ankles and you kneel down, hanging them over the side. Bo, from your magical your magical little coin purse, you pull out a 5-foot long rifle to have it extended. Gigi, give
Yes.
me a dex check.
A dex save or check? I'm not rolling any
Check.
physical dice anymore. I don't know why you dice purists want me to. It's awful.
Dex check, not a save, because it's
Okay.
not like a snap
enemy
reaction.
effect,
This was
yeah.
planned.
I hate this. That's a 12.
You make it up to Bo, and you slip a little bit. Give me a dex save.
My
this
God.
is
Okay, that's a
terrifying.
22. Finally.
Good. Okay, you grab on perfectly and start climbing back up again.
Okay.
One last dex check. Not a save, but a check to see if you make it all the way up again.
Can it at least be acrobatics?
You're climbing. This is just climbing.
I don't know what that is. That's a 13. This is not going to go well if you ask me to keep rolling.
Okay. You make it up to about Rand's like waist, and you kind of slip again. Rand, do you just want to pull up at that point?
I have no confidence in my ability to pull up 2 people. Like I can try.
You're not pulling her up. She is essentially on like your lower back, like your legs, as they're crawling up you. They just kind of slipped with their
Okay.
foot on your lower back. You're pulling Bo up.
Okay. In that case, yeah. Is that just a flat strength?
Flat strength.
This I have +0, so this is going to be total luck of the draw as
God
to whether
damn.
I can do this. 5. I
So,
warned y'all.
Gigi, you are now hanging on to Otaria's waist. Bo, you hear from above you, we have a bit of a problem.
Oh no. Can I use like my forward momentum to like fling us forward?
On the small, narrow bridge, I wouldn't
You're
do
not
that.
on the bridge. You're not on the bridge. I was going to say that you're on the other side
Okay,
of the
that,
Yeah.
stone
that is
trying to pull
safer.
them up.
Okay, that's good.
I'm gonna use my forward momentum to flip us over.
Give me a flat D20 for luck on that one. I don't know how to judge that.
And I'm going to give I think I'll give I don't think I can give myself bardic, can I?
I don't think so, no.
I think
All
there's,
right,
like, one
then in
class
that case, I'm
can,
gonna
but I
give-
don't remember what it is.
Otaria bardic inspiration to save us.
Got it. Otaria, give me a strength save.
All
'Cause
right.
I'm going to say you
You
panicked.
have to stop
Okay.
asking me to roll today.
Okay.
It's
No,
fucking
not
soon.
you. I said Otaria. I said
Oh, okay,
Otaria.
perfect.
It's okay. All right, channel the character. I got this. I can do this. That's a 12.
Plus the
Oh, bardic?
bardic inspiration.
Oh,
which
plus
is a D10.
what's the bardic? Okay,
D10.
D10. That becomes an 18. That's
Hey!
hopefully enough.
That's a number.
With Gigi flinging themselves forward, Otari is able to quickly yank Bo up, and you all fall in a pile on the other side, having
Right.
escaped the snake pit.
It worked.
God, that was. See, I told y'all it was not my skill set.
Yes, maybe dungeon delving is not in our future ever again.
Nope, never
Ever
doing this
again.
again. No,
Mm-mm.
hell no.
Okay. All of you are now on the other side of the
Yeah.
snake pit. There wasn't really a platform that you guys were doing this on. You're all kind of crowded in a slightly larger hallway, having pulled you all out.
Now there was a room. Looking back at my map, there was a room that we came in, but it was like the starting room. So I'm hoping there's no traps there. Either way, straight shot. There were different pathways when we came in, but we went straight ahead. So theoretically, straight shot out.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
That
That's
is.
what we're doing.
Oh, I'm going. I do not want to be here anymore.
Okay. All right. You straight shot the fuck out of here, and you are on the stairs again, getting out of the tower.
Finally.
Good.
Okay.
Well, that went pretty much as badly as it could have, except I guess Gigi's not dead. That's good, but like otherwise, everything
It was
else.
getting close there. It was truly getting close there.
You got any snake bites on you?
No, surprisingly.
That's a stroke of good fortune.
The giant mongoose did a lot of good work.
I
The
think
giant mongoose did a lot of good work.
I think we live another day. And we're not completely fucked yet.
We got
So-
one more scroll, right? Theoretically, if we're still gonna be wrapped up and all, I still kind of just want to leave and be done. I mean,
Not an option.
again, this went.
Simply not an option.
Okay.
Simply not an option. Not even something we can consider. Now,
But technically, am I that bad? No, we have technically one more scroll out there outside of deaths, right?
Yeah, one belongs
Yeah.
with our spooky friend, and I'm hoping she has it. She's got a way to safeguard it somehow. I would certainly hope.
So he had 4, including his own, or not including his own?
He had 4, including his own. That number would now have gone up to 5.
5. So there's 2 more out there. Obviously, what's her name? Dormir?
Dorney.
She's not
Dorney.
witchy, but Dorney.
Sorry, Dorney. Did I say Dormir?
Dormir.
Dormir, yeah.
Dormir.
Her name's Sleep.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That'd be
sorry.
ironic,
So
but no.
there's one for her, and then there should be another one out there.
Yes.
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 So we just have to find that other one that apparently no one knows what it is. So that's good.
Bo, you mentioned earlier there were 2 sort of celestial beings nearby. What's the status of that now?
Good question. Voice in the sky, what's the status of that now? And I burn another spell slot.
Bo is slowly losing it.
As she has every right to, I think.
Every right to be.
The most capable member of her party was evil, and the other 2 are dumbasses.
We just went through a lot
Okay.
of very humiliating blunders in a dark dungeon with very little oxygen. Voice in the sky? Are the Celestials still around?
I feel like we just call this episode "No More Steps. Everything's Gone Wrong." we abandoned the naming convention.
Step 5, abandon the plan.
We just episode
I have-
5 is
I
called
have written
Step
down
1 again.
step-
New plan.
Step 5. Ask
Step
for
1.
divine intervention.
Step 5, divine intervention. I love that. Okay.
Actually,
All right.
calling it back to Step 1 would be kind of funny.
Step 5,
All right.
Step 1, Redux.
you look into you ask the voice in the sky where the Celestials are. There is now only one within a 1 mile radius.
And that is hopefully our tentative ally.
Dorney.
Ready to scold us. So, We went through a lot of humiliating blunders in that dungeon. Nobody else saw him. So
Except for the demon man, probably.
For all they know, we just barely had victory snatched from our jaws. So let us walk out of here with our chests out, our chins up, and our dignity at least a paper tiger before the storm. It will not suspect a thing because we have some seasoned liars in the house, right? We have some seasoned.
Oh, I feel like you're trying to do to suggest in my sort of gimmick here, and I'm just gonna tell. I don't think that's the best course of action.
I participated in a community once. There was a community theater night in the bar. I put on that entertainer voice. We got some liars here in the house tonight, right?
And
I think
can
that time
perform.
has passed.
It's the only other time my mouth has been this dry, and I have felt this lost. But I don't think the other denizens suspected a thing. So chests out and chins up and smiles wide. Let's get the fuck out of this fucking mine.
We leave the mine, are we? I guess.
You leave the tower, and outside of the tower, you are now in the mine, and from the exit of the mine, you can see the first light of sunrise.
Oh, we gotta go fast. We gotta go fast.
Are our
There's
horses
nothing really
still there?
stolen. There's nothing destroyed. You can see your horses who seemingly have not moved. But yes, they are still there.
Yeah, I'm a just run real quick to those.
Yeah.
Hop on,
Got it.
kick it off to the Speed Force the
Kick
second
off.
we get on.
All right. Y'all do that?
Yep.
We're out.
Okay.
We out.
You hop on the horses. You rocket off into the out of the mine, and you wind up right back at the camp that you talked to Dorney at.
Oh.
It is still morning, but again, you can't see anything on the horizon now. But Dorney is sitting at a now stoked campfire, and kind of leans up and looks behind at you and goes, I'm expecting it's not very good news by the looks of y'all.
Yeah, that went wrong in pretty much every conceivable way.
Okay.
So we tell the truth now. Interesting.
Well, you all yelled at me for lying before. What do you people want from me?
She's you see her just exasperated. All right. There's one left. I found a single note about it in Famine's journals. Don't fuck this one up, too.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the son of a bitch was already there by the time we got there. Not much we could have done. It's a miracle we all got out alive. Something about a mongoose helped out.
Listen, sweetie, if he wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. Also, he doesn't want you dead.
Oh, was it because he wants to torture
Because why
us for all eternity or something like that? Seemed like his type
No.
of...
You think of yourselves with way more importance than he will ever ascribe you. He is trying to end everything. If you die today or tomorrow, that means no difference.
Well, that's a wonderful thing to encourage us before our next mission. Thank you so much for that.
What should be encouraging you is the fact that you can wake up in the morning 3 days from now, in comparison to just existing in the pool of fucking darkness that you're apparently just questing towards.
Okay, I don't really have anything to say to that one. I do have a question though before we get on to this next scroll. I've been doing some thinking about sort of the mathematics of how all this is shaking out. You got our ex-friend Hephaestus, or whatever the hell is inside of his skin sack. We got his scroll. We got famine. We got war. We got you. And these scrolls are all tied to these sorts of beings. Are there some sort of people in the other three? And if so, who might they be?
There's nobody in the other 3. There's 4 that get sent out first to make sure that the world is ready for the last 3. And the last 3 are disasters.
Okay.
The 7th one's the off button. And currently, you're trying to get to the off button first.
That would make sense. Okay. So what the one that we just did not manage to acquire, what does that do? Because there's 4 out of people. There's one that is the bad one. Well, I suppose they're all bad. There's one that's a really bad one. What do the other 2 do? Is that something we should be worried about?
It doesn't matter which one you find at any given point. What matters is what order you break them in. Whichever one you get second will be the second. Whichever one you get third will be the third. Whichever one you get fourth will be the fourth. Seeing as he now has 5, that means that he has acquired the 5th one. And the 5th one will bring a shit ton of people under his thrall. However, that is supposed to happen after I show up. And when I show up, a quarter of everything dies. So it's not supposed to be very many. However, that's not the case.
So, that's not good, but so at least it seems, correct me if I'm wrong here, while you're maybe saying on our side's a little generous, but while you're not working to destroy everything, the sort of advancement of these scrolls is on hold? Is that how I understand it? Because you got to go next.
All 7, he can't break 1.
Okay. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Anyone else have any input here? Because again, I'm. Maybe we should just listen to where the 6th one is.
Shifting gears. My sincerest apologies. I only just my brain kind of back into my body. You said I have a question about your brother. You said that we are nothing to him, insignificant. Why, precisely, would he steal my most prized sniper rifle? I assume he's not in want for any weapons. I assume he doesn't need it. So why did he do that? And Bo pulls out the note that he left at her house.
Dorney grabs the note and looks at it and goes, well, I'd take it as a compliment. That means whatever weapon he stole is better than whatever weapon he had. And sets it to the side.
That results in many mixed emotions for me, my goodness. Well, what weapon did he have?
It was Hephaestus' bow, right? That was what the note said.
That bow that he had, my brother is Conquest. And as Conquest, becoming the king of essentially everything in the world grants somebody with that ability set a little bit more power than he should have, which means that he can alter reality. So that bow looked like a meek, small little bow, but that was his original bow that he came forth from the scroll with.
Oh, okay. It's weakened since I get it. Okay. It was stronger when he was at his height.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
And now that he is gaining more power, he stole a new vessel for it, essentially, and is going to keep making reality modifications to it to make it even more so.
Well, ain't that nice, Bo? Your sniper's gonna get a little bit cooler before we all die.
I did not approve a goddamn single modification upon my baby. He takes my gun, rightfully for its high craftsmanship, and he thinks he can improve it? I'm sorry, I'm sure this seems incredibly petty motivation to you, but goddamn it, my gander is back up!
You see Dorney get up from where she's stoking the fire and toss whatever drink was in her cup into it. And she walks over to you and kneels down on one knee and gets really close to your face. And just goes, "Sweetie, do you eat a cake with no frosting?" "Do you eat your meat with no spices?"
You know we live in an arid wasteland, yes?
Everything can be improved, beautiful.
It's a matter of opinion.
I whispered
she-
to Bo, "Did you hear she complimented you? Complimented back."
Try not to notice it. Try to stay cool.
Trying to stay cool in the face of death.
Don't embarrass me in front of Lady Death. God.
Dorney stands up and pulls out the revolver that you've seen her have before, and you see her other 4 fingers that were holding it open up, and you see it start to morph into a rifle in her hand. Same sort of silver design with a black stock to it. And then it morphs into your shotgun. And then it morphs into a bigger version of the shotgun. And then it morphs back into her revolver. She goes, "Everything we come out of the scroll with, we can control how it's seen." That, she points back at her horse, is the horse I rode out on. And you see it erupt into white fire, and the skull of the horse is pitch black within its silhouette. She points the gun at herself and goes, "I choose to look like this." And then she erupts into black fire, her wings encapsulating the entirety of the horizon behind her with this white star staring you in the face. And then both of them morph back to what they looked like before. And she puts her gun back in her holster and goes, "Every single one of us has complete control over whatever we decide. I take it as a compliment that my brother took your weapon for his own."
I will take the compliment.
Good girl. And she walks back to she walks back to the log and puts takes the coffee off of the fire again and pours herself another cup.
This may not be the time, but that reminds me of another discussion we were having earlier. Is there any way I could get this sounds dumb saying it again. Can I get like a death magic eye?
What?
And so it was Bo's idea. But I don't have an eye at the moment. You saw. Thank you for patching that up. By the way, I hope you used some sort of disinfectant. Is there any, you can make stuff with the guns and the horses and the weird super speed horses that we got? Can I get like a? Is any of this making any?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Where's that next scroll again? You said something about a 6-1.
She reaches back, pulls out a rolled up sheet of paper, and says, "Here's how you get there," and hands it to you, but looks at all of you and goes, "I suggest that you have a bit of a rest first before you go after another one. Maybe some sleep will actually make it so you can get this next one."
Yes, we will get right on that. But did you know that Bo is actually quite skilled at making guns? So if you maybe wanted one to like rival your brothers, seeing as we probably will all have to fight him, I think Bo, if you like got with Bo separately and like talked to her specifically about what kind of weapon you would like to add to your avid collection, I think that would be very good for both.
Are you
of you.
wingmanning for both right now?
I am wingmanning hard for my
Hell
elbow.
yeah.
Bo has been steadily fanning faster and eventually just
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. I think that business can wait till later. We will get right on that scroll. Thank you. Stop. We've all talked quite enough. I think we all need
tips
a
her
lot
hat.
In the
I
background,
think this is going so well, bro.
Red just like puts his head in his hands and whispers to him and goes, I was really hoping I would be the worst person on this group, but my God.
Gigi, at this point, Bo is gripping you on the shoulder, and you can feel that it is taking everything for her to not collapse into you, wheezing.
She leans back to what she's doing, and you can kind of tell that she said everything she has to say.
Oh, but I
Bo
actually
is
have
getting Bo is getting off her horse and like setting up camp. Like, all right, sleeping time.
a very serious question for you, though, Dorney. What's the extent of not Astarion? What the fuck is his name? Apollyon powers? Because it seemed like he could like speed up time / reverse time. What is all that about?
He has the ability to alter reality in minor ways. He can't end the world like, well, his original intention without all of the scrolls, but he has the ability to, through conquering all that is known, alter reality, essentially. I don't think he can control time, but he can alter what's true.
So could he not remake the world if he wanted to? Like, bring it back to the way it was before?
Minor ways, sweetie. Can't do it majorly like that. But if it's immediate, if it's close, if it's minor, he can do it. He can't undo the dune with his brain, but he can definitely alter some things here and there.
Even with the power of all the scrolls, he wouldn't be able to remake the world.
The seventh scroll is the one that ends it. This is reality.
Why did we even make a scroll that could end the world? That seems odd.
I don't think we made it, Gigi.
Where did it come from? It just fell from the sky.
I think we're getting into questions that are a little bit above your pay grade.
It just doesn't quite make sense. You say that there's no life after death, but somehow there's this all-powerful being that made an end button for the whole world. That doesn't make any sense at all.
She's ignoring you at this point.
When do I get to...
I want to take... She gave us the thing that had the scroll info on it, right?
Yeah.
I want to take a look at that while the lesbianism is happening in the background.
Gay rights!
Hey, rights!
Gay rights!
You're taking a look at the
Yeah,
scroll?
I want to see what... Well, yeah. I want to see where this thing is.
All right. You open it up, and it is a location that is south of Great Charter Mine. It is also, I would say, east of Bo's cabin. It is called the Tower of the Fifth, and there's no real roads to get to it. You got to do some rough riding to get out there.
Actually, I have a question for Dorney then. Excuse me, Dorney. This scroll, is this another one that's just sort of in a place where it's been resting for a while, or is this one in the hands of somebody that you know of?
All the ones that were in the hands of people have already been collected. At this point, all you got to do is pick up the ones that have been left behind. When Hephaestus kind of scattered these things to the wind, he didn't tell nobody where he put them, but as a sort of, well, in the nicest way, as a sort of fuck you, he left 4 of them in a place he knew we were going to find them to give us back ours, because if we were already out, the only way to get back in it would be to kill ourselves, so there's no purpose for the first 4. The last 3 were the only ones that were unbroken, and he hid those 3. One of them was the one that you found in the box that you brought back to Famine. The other one is the one that was in that tower that had been hidden away. And the third one, apparently, is in something called the Tower of the Fifth.
Why did Famine want this stuff? Why?
Well, Famine was the one who fucked everything up.
Elaborate
Famine-
on that, please.
Well, Famine was a little bit overzealous in his duties. Is a little bit overzealous in his duties. When this was all starting up, he originally started something that would become the Dune. The idea was to kind of take people's crops away, make it so people started dying as a way to cover up my entrance. Because second I made landfall, a quarter of the population died. Famine kind of wanted, from what I can tell from the writings here, she points back to the big stack of papers. I think he was kind of trying to finish the mission on his own terms, seeing as he was the one who kind of screwed it up for everybody. Because when Festes stole the scrolls and fucked off, the spell was already been cast. Dune had already started. Everything had started turning to sand. The world was supposed to end before it got to this level, and now it is unbeatable.
And what was the name of the original king? Was the original king's name Apollyon?
That's been lost to time at this point. The original king was some no-name from 700 years ago in a kingdom that hadn't even been written down.
And he wanted what power? What power did he want so badly that he found, located, created something or the other, these scrolls?
The king didn't do it. His son did. His son picked up a scroll from a random merchant that nobody even knew about. Apparently, he bought it to be able to get great power, conquer the world. People in power want more. So he wanted to use that to get more. He didn't know what was inside.
Son of King doomed us all.
Picked a really bad mark for this whole bit, didn't I? God damn.
You did kind of stumble ass backwards into this. Yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm. So he bought this off of some random merchant. Going to go ahead and assume this random merchant wasn't some random merchant. Is that correct?
I was the last one out. I don't know.
Curious.
I might be the oldest of my siblings, but I am always the last one released.
Pauline didn't really stick around for us to ask questions, so not like we'd know either.
Well, I reckon it doesn't really matter at this stage. I mean, whoever that was probably wasn't the nicest person in the world if they were just handing these things out left and right. One more. How far away, out of curiosity, like how long of a ride is it to this next location?
About a day.
About a day. All right. Well, I feel like reasonably, I know we've been told to rest. I feel like reasonably, we could try to get a head start on it, but that is up to you guys.
I will say, Apollyon does not know where the last one is. He found the location of the one you just went after from Famine, but he doesn't know where the last one is.
Okay.
Or at least to your knowledge, he has no idea where the last one is.
Okay. Well, in that case, we can rest. I guess go back to Bo's house if we have the speedy horses. Well, yeah. Why did I ask about the ride time? We have speedy horse. All right. I mean, look, I'm not feeling incredible about this. It's been well documented by me at this point that I do not really want to be here. But if you all are I do feel a little bit bad about dragging y'all into this. Just a little bit. So, that's on me. I'm willing to go get it.
Dorney takes a sip of her drink and is like, it's a bit deserved.
Look, I said it. You don't have to say it again. Wait, why don't you go get this thing? You're a stronger, whatever you are, horseman, demon, angel, I don't know.
Dorney stares at you for a second and goes, let me get this straight. I, one of the only beings alive that currently holds a scroll, should go to find another scroll, while my brother, who is actively hunting both of them, and most likely me, and put myself directly in the line of fire, potentially ending the world if he gets the drop on me for a second, which, thanks to the sniper rifle he now has, he probably can.
Well, you see, I was gonna say probably better odds than us three dumbasses doing it for you, but when you put it that way, I think both options are pretty damn awful. So, yeah, I mean, we're in a tough place. I'm sorry again for the situation.
My brother trusted you for a reason. He wouldn't have had you four go adventuring with him to go and get these scrolls if he didn't think that you guys could do it. I'm relying on his judgment as I've been taught to do.
To be fair, he really
Guys.
didn't have much of an option. We were all in a cell together and got released together. Then he was kind of thrown immediately into War's crew and sort of had not a lot of options.
I think we
You
should.
see that pile that used to be a man over there? Pointing at the shedded remains of Hephaestus.
You still have him. You're just carrying him around.
It's still at camp. We're still at the exact same camp that you were at before.
Yeah.
You did
just go-
actually, really quickly, you did mention that he'd been keeping him alive this whole time. So did he just die as soon as he left his body?
Oh my god.
Oh, well, you did show up right as the guy left, so I'm assuming that was, I don't know how any of this works.
He did finally, truly die when Apollyon left him.
I was like right up on his face. Like, are you doing?
I cast reincarnation on him.
He is currently a sack of flesh. There is nothing there.
Yeah, he doesn't
Yeah.
have bones.
You just need the person's like flesh essentially. You just need some part
Well,
of their
that's all
body.
we
Yeah, if you
have.
were gonna do it from teeth.
That's
like,
horrible.
This is going to be
That's
interesting.
horrible.
I reincarnate.
wh-
So you touch a dead humanoid or a piece of dead humanoid, provided that creature has been dead no longer than 10 days. As per death,
Oh my
he
god.
legitimately just died technically today/yesterday. The spell forms a new adult body for it, and then calls the soul to enter that body. If the target soul isn't free or willing to do so, the spell fails. The magic fashions a new body for the creature to inhabit, which likely causes the creature's race to change. The GM rolls a D100 and consults the following
entirely
table to
new.
determine what form the creature takes when restored to life, or the GM chooses the form.
We got to call Nathan. We got to get Nathan back from the sewer.
You know what? Okay. Roll it.
Yeah.
Get a
Oh,
Ouija
that's-
board and call Nathan.
And the reincarnated creature recalls its former life and experiences. It retains the capabilities it had in its original form, except it exchanges its original race for the new one and changes its racial traits accordingly.
Cast it.
I'm so worried.
Scared?
I'm worried.
Horrible idea.
This is... Are you telling us what... I'm assuming you're not saying what you're doing to us before you do it.
This
Both
is
put the pieces together because we had the conversation earlier.
this
Okay.
is an hour-long ritual, so I'm literally just
Oh.
there, like, doing some sort of magic over the dead remains of Hephaestus' hour.
Dorney is staring
Yeah.
at you and goes, "Are you fucking serious right now?"
Absolutely.
Oh my god, is this a faux pas? Is he stealing from you?
Wait,
Uh,
hold. Nathan's
Death
in the
is
chat
kind-
right now. Nathan's in the chat right now.
no fucking way.
We
Oh my
can't let
God.
you
Chat's
rest.
a Ouija board.
Oh my
Chat's a
God.
Ouija board. Where?
Oh my god.
Technically,
Jesus Christ.
this would straight up be bringing him back to life in a new body.
Nathan.
I'm gonna tell you right now what
back to
actually happens.
Iowa.
Because hey, hold up. Nathan wasn't playing Hephaestus. He was playing Apollyon playing Hephaestus.
Yeah, I was wondering how much.
If you really want to do this, we can time skip an hour, and I can tell you what happens.
I kind of want to time skip an hour and have a living Hephaestus we can ask all the questions to. The person that knows where he put all this shit and knows all the story behind it.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I like, Rand is willing to do this.
If there
plan.
was a if there was those little indicators of like players liking you, you see Dorney disapprove.
That would make sense. Yeah,
this
that would make
is
sense.
Not only incredibly disrespectful to her, it's incredibly disrespectful to him.
This is such a bad plan. But
okay, go ahead.
I've established that Rand doesn't. Matt, the player, does not want to do this, but I have established that Rand doesn't give a fuck right now. So.
Oh, just like has her fist balled and is like avoiding eye contact with Jordy and also Gigi. Like,
Okay.
I love decisions where
we skip the hour, and with your hour-long spell, you recreate the body, which immediately, upon seeing light again, curls up into a ball on the floor, hands over its head, muttering in a language you can't understand.
Of course.
oh shit, he's from like a couple hundred years ago. We should have thought of that one, actually.
Can I speak Celestial at him?
No, because it's not Celestial that he's speaking.
You can speak Celestial at him, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Please, actually speak Celestial at him.
I say, do not worry, I am not an actual Celestial.
Dorney pulls out a gun and shoots him.
No!
Immediately.
Why would you do that?
Drops him to the ground. Dorney turns to you and goes, I don't think that you comprehend what's going on here. That man was tortured for 500 years. End on end on end on end. This situation right here has probably played out at least 100 different fucking times. And every single time, someone who only spoke Celestial fucking did it.
Well, I'm sorry, you just killed the one person that could help us, so actually...
You hold up under 500 fucking years of torture and then answer a goddamn couple of questions.
Well, he was alive again to help us, but you made sure
physically.
Gigi, it seemed like it was a bit of a non-starter. It just seemed like it was a little bit of a non-starter.
I see the vision. It was an interesting idea, but it just it's had some issues. And now I turned it. We know not to do that again. Which, Gigi, remember, maybe it's a bad idea to do things like that. If you catch my drift.
It was a good idea. It was a really good idea. It was in theory, and the theory was there. The practice was not. It was a good idea. Good.
He doesn't speak Common or Elvish or anything. Just some dead language.
Yes.
But probably did speak Celestial or understand
probably a language that, but it's. Gigi, like I said, I see the vision, but maybe we've done a lot of
by a person that spoke Celestial for 500 years.
All right, and you're here speaking Common to us. Apollyon spoke Common to us. Doesn't tatter the Common language anyway.
I'm not mortal.
And like I care. At this point, I guess we'll just ride off to the sunrise, I guess, and get the next scroll without any help from anyone that can tell us what's going on or knew what was going on.
I really feel like you thought you were being smart here, and honestly, it is very demoralizing to the success of this mission.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't have any recollection of what originally happened, and that was the one person that did.
You know where the last scroll is, right?
A rough idea, I guess, as rough as you do.
I read the map. I do know. We got it.
Great. That is all you need to know. You don't need to know what the fuck happened. You don't need to know where he hid them, because right now, Apollyon's got fucking 5. I have 1, and you are going after the last one, which you know where it is. You don't need to know what the fuck he went through. You don't need to know what the fuck he was doing. You don't need to know. That man went through so much fucking hell, and you want to bring him back just so you can ask him a couple of questions?
Yes! Exactly that!
That man's lived through 500 years of fucking life.
Gigi, that is a rather worrying lack of empathy.
This is about saving the world, making it go back to the way it was before all of this.
Yes, but we can't percussive maintenance a broken man into
I'm
helping
sorry.
us.
Dorney stands up and goes, "What was your goal?"
We can't make the world go back the way it was before, no?
No.
So it's just going to be like this forever. It can never get better than this.
What do you think you're doing right now?
Trying to make it better.
You are trying to stop this right now from being ended completely. What was is gone. The past is the past. It happened, and what happened resulted in this. This is what is here. You can either choose to save this and live with it, or you can desperately try and turn back a clock that does not exist.
So you're telling me this is just how it's supposed to be forever. It's just going to be sand and water forever.
What was supposed to happen was none of you were supposed to be fucking alive. What was supposed to happen is this was already supposed to be fucking gone. We are past what was supposed to happen. This is what is.
So
You can fight to improve it, but you're not bringing it back to shit. This is what the world is.
how are we supposed to improve it when you're essentially saying we have to live in the middle of an apocalypse for the rest of existence?
I'm telling you, you need to stop it before the apocalypse actually fucking happens.
The apocalypse is already happening. You're free. Your brothers were freed. This is already the apocalypse. It's just not over. And he wants to end the apocalypse, thus undoing everything. And you're telling me that we are just supposed to live like this forever. The Dune was the end.
Gigi, can I interject here? I've been thinking as I've been listening to it. I'm sure most of y'all don't value my opinions right now, but I've just had sort of a thought, right? I respect your idealism. It's something that I have respected since we met when I had the whole ruse going on. But I'm also listening to this conversation with Dorney here, and I think it does make some level of sense. So let me pitch you this: Hephaestus, not that Hephaestus we just read, Apollyon, Hephaestus, whatever. Y'all get what I mean. One of the first things that Hephaestus said when we were all in that prison together, he said, "Every plan is just one step." He was like, "Every plan is just one step. Escape the prison, get on the boat." It was all one step. That was the whole bit. And now looking back on it, maybe that was because he was some sort of weird celestial monstrosity with a bigger picture in mind, and his step was just to go and wipe out everything. But right now, I don't feel very inclined to trust anything that Hephaestus said. Maybe this is just how everything is here. Maybe everything's just fucked, and I should be going home and drinking right now instead of helping to get all of it fixed, and I'm, feeling a little better about that plan more and more by the minute. But right now, who gives a rat's ass whether things get better? Because,
I do.
but here's the thing, Gigi. I know you do, and I like that. But how can things get better if things are going to get worse? First, think of this not as one step, but 2 steps, right? We got to stop everything from going away. Then, once step 1 is done, we move on to step 2. And if there's a way for things to get better, we go on to that. Step 1, step 2. Not what Hephaestus wanted. 2 plans: save the world, fix the world. In that order. we jump to fix the world, excuse me, my gesture, then we are going to not save it. Am I making sense here?
I understand what you mean.
Look, I've said it before. I'm not as good with persuading people. I'm really just good with bullshitting them. And I've been spouting out so much grandstanding nonsense for so long. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not when it's coming out of my mouth. I understand that more than anybody. But I do understand just moving forward, doing what's next in line. Next in line seems to be not dying, I guess.
Y'all should listen to your friend more.
And I do
Dorney
understand.
goes back to the fire.
I understand and respect that. I just don't think that the Horseman of Death is capable of idealism. And I think you only exist in the doom and gloom. And you believe that there's no way to fix the world because you're literally programmed to end it.
But,
I'm not thinking about fixing the world yet. We're not there. The world is actively getting worse right now. You get to stop it from getting worse before you can start making it better. And the only option is stopping it from getting worse. And then we can talk about making it better.
You said you couldn't make it better.
Gigi,
I said you couldn't turn it back.
I'm going to be a little bit blunt here. Fuck Dorney. And then I'm going to turn her. Apologies, but you seem like the type of person to understand my meaning here. Fuck Dorney once we get past step one. Right now, same side. We just don't want things to end. You don't think she's idealistic enough to fix everything? You can go try to fight her once everything's not going to go to shit in however many days it takes Apollyon to fix everything. Y'all can fight and argue about ideas later. But right now there's four people, I don't know if people's offensive to whatever celestial sort of being you are, but again, I think you get the gist. 4 people trying to not make things fucked. And then you can fight. But right now we got step 1, and I think that's all we have.
I will stop, obviously, the world from falling into ruin. But I absolutely reject the idea that this is just how it's going to have to be forever.
Good, and I love that, and we'll handle that later. And you know what, Gigi? I'll be by your side trying to fix it, maybe. I don't make a ton of promises, long-term plans, not my thing and all that, but
Understood.
It's something. And I don't want you to lose that, because I do respect it.
I have very little faith you will be with me all the way to the end. But it is my duty to save the world. And I will do that. And by God, I will have there be small children running around one day in grass. I will live to see that.
And I certainly hope you do, and I think Bo hopes you do. And I'm not going to speak for the 4th member, but I do hope that for you.
I'm just feeling very sleepy.
And that is an excellent point. We should get some rest if we're going to go do this mission.
All right.
And with that, I think that's all
Yeah.
I need to say.
Yeah, if we're done on the death interaction, we probably would just return to Bo's place, right?
Yeah, you can either set up camp where you are, or you can go back to Bo's place.
Which is closer to the thing we have to go to?
Bo's place, probably, but you
Bo's
do still
place,
have
then.
the horses.
Yeah, we have the horses.
All right.
Okay,
I mean,
so you're going back to Bo's
Randall
place?
just get up on the to bring an end to the conversation. Randall just get up after saying that, go to the horse, and go.
Gotcha. Okay, so you gone. The other 2 of you also going?
Yeah.
Okay. So you both head out. And I think we're getting close to about like 4 or 5 hours now. So I think that will be a
That
good
makes
point
sense.
to cut before we go to the next episode because I do have a thing that I want to do, but also the thing that I want to do is going to take time. So I would rather do it at the start of the next episode.
All right.
Works for me.
Okay, in that case, that is where we are going to end this episode, with them riding off to try and get the last scroll.
There's been an interesting change of. I need to go through and think about how my character's like reacting to all this, because like the speech at the end, like Red he was feeling horrible at the beginning of this episode, and now it's like, maybe this is just like a thing that I can do, and maybe it'll work. Like, I'm trying to think of the phrasing. It's like, he's weirdly okay with whatever result because he's feeling bad about everything, but this is what he's trying to do. And if that works out, then it works out. And that'll be a really interesting way to play out for the last few episodes.
All right, we have a lot to discuss in the after show, so I hope that you guys stick around for that. If you're not already subscribed to the Patreon, I mean, stick around is probably the wrong word for it, but I hope you guys watch that when it comes out.
As we record this privately and just stare at your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
wait here
on the
as we record it privately and then post it tomorrow.
Yeah. I hope you guys are excited to see it tomorrow, and that is pretty much where I think I'm going to wrap the episode right there.
All right. We made it out of the torch room, and I think that was the biggest win we had.
God.
We made it out of the torch room.
A lifetime ago, we made it out of the torch room.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
All right.
See you next
See you
week
guys
for
later.
episode 6.